that what brings India and US together are the common values of democracy and pluralism. But India has always, ever since it attained its independence, cherished its strategic autonomy. We would want to choose our friends. We would want to deal with the globe at our own terms. And if anyone wants to dictate to us as to what we should do, we need to tell them very clearly that India is definitely not Japan or Australia. We would continue to pursue our national interests in the manner that we deem it appropriate. And I think that's the signal that's going from here. And as was said earlier, that this relationship between the three countries is not against any other country. It is a mutual relationship. And India-China relationship is, of course, the key, because the two Asian neighbors have the potential to define the future of the world. We are the two largest economies which are growing and growing substantially. And I think our economic relations will shape the contours of the global economy in days to come.
Shravan has some breaking news update and a video perhaps. Shravan, over to you. Shravan, are you there? Okay, there he is. Okay.
There you have, I'm not too sure, Niranjan, if you can see, that's the Prime Minister just made the opening remarks. I'm going to just step aside. I'm going to just step aside, and you can perhaps keep the entire focus on the Prime Minister while I'm just going to narrate. I'm not too sure what is he really speaking about.
Shravan, be in the frame. Shravan, be in the frame a bit.
The Prime Minister who's spoken just about. Okay.
Yeah, stay there.
So there you have it. Can you see?
Yeah, of course. All good. Keep talking.
Okay, so that's the live images now coming in from the plenary session of the SCO Summit, where you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the other world leaders. This comes just a short while back, what we have essentially seen of President Xi making the opening remark. Importantly, President Xi makes three important issues, raises three important issues. Issue number one being of terrorism, issue number two is of separatism, and issue number three is extremism. Interestingly, President Xi also talks about refraining from hostilities along the borderline. Now, it's important to put this into context, because it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who's been extremely vocal. He has raised the issue of terrorism, and he says that you cannot accept terrorism in any form, which is a clear indication. The message was actually for the Pakistanis too, because many were basically hoping that this issue of terrorism is not spoken so much, because they would have rather focused more on the Israel-Gaza war, because you've had SCO observers and SCO plus members who have now come in. They're pushing very hard that there is a mention of Israel-Gaza, but the Prime Minister has been steadfast. He's basically spoken about terrorism. He's basically laid out the roadmap of what the SCO partners can essentially do in terms of global development. These are some issues that the Prime Minister has made it very clear, and it does appear, Niranjan, Abhishek, that he's steering the SCO in a particular direction. Let's be very clear. The presence of the Prime Minister, flanked by the Russian President and the Chinese President, is a clear indication of how the Triad essentially wants to operate during times of uncertainty, as the President of China has to say. President of China has been very clear about the fact that we are working in the times of a complete global uncertainty, unpredictability, and perhaps the SCO can actually bring in the much needed regional stability. So it gives you an understanding, the roadmap of how exactly are things going to move in the days to come. Now, I'm given to understand it's been a little over 5 minutes now that this feed has been coming in of the Prime Minister addressing world leaders. Abhishek and Niranjan.
We're monitoring other feeds. I think
that has taken place between Prime Minister Modi, President Xi Jinping, and President Putin of Russia. And okay, fine. I think we put it on. Yeah, these are the pictures. Sorry, Niranjan. Yeah. And now look at these pictures. Now look at this. Look at this. The animated, the pat that Prime Minister gives, and like we say in college, de tali, and that kind of conversation happening between the two must be saying, Trump is after me, what do you do? But my friend, this is for you, right? Something like that. I don't know. And then, of course, the same conversation in the same banter essentially continues with President Xi Jinping and some explaining being done by Prime Minister there. And Putin pulls up the translator and says, please explain what Modi is telling to Xi Jinping. So I think a very animated conversation there between these leaders. So I think Prime Minister Modi and President Putin walked to Xi Jinping and then they continued the conversation, which means it's a longish issue which they have discussed. And in a lighter vein, I think they are not like, they're animated, but there is an element of banter going on.
Yeah.
And that really gives you an idea of the kind of comfort that's there, at least between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. And there is a history to it. I mean, going back to 2014, when in the Crimea War at the time, the kind of isolation Russia was facing, Prime Minister Modi traveled to Russia, Moscow, and spent some time there with Putin. And in fact, that's when the personal bond really shaped up between the two leaders. And that's getting reflected in the pictures we are seeing, and that's why that short shrift given to the likes of Shehbaz Sharif, who do not really represent their people, because the real levers of power there in Pakistan are with the generals. These pictures, all of them together, Niranjan, really give a sense of this story. And look at this pat. I mean, I really want to focus on this. This banter, I think this really speaks.
Or we're going to buy more oil this month.
Yeah, I mean, come September, as they say, come September, more oil from Russia.
We're in September, 1st of September, more oil.
Yeah, and I think this is a message to Washington DC in no uncertain terms. I mean, we are still not going to say that this is a realignment of the kind where India is firmly in the Russia-China bloc. It cannot be. It would not be. But we have a long history of our ties with Russia. Predates both Putin and Modi, and there is an institutional memory of those ties. And there is soft power there. It includes Raj Kapoor and Mera Juta Hai Japani, and it includes the days when nobody was coming to our help, and the Russians were there, and I mean, a whole lot of things. And still, Prime Minister Modi, in fact, has shown. Who's there with us?
Shawan
is there with
Shawan
us.
And Sergey also.
We can go back to Shawan. In fact, Sergey is there. Sergey, let's talk a bit about the old ties of India and Russia in the backdrop, in the light of these pictures that we are seeing of President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. I'm not sure if you are able to see them, the banter and the warmth that's there between the two of them.
Well, in fact, I missed out on that visual. That visual wasn't really beamed here. It's only about the leaders who are speaking right now. It was Iran a short while back. It was Belarus. But yeah, of course, I get a sense of it because I closely watched the welcome dinner pictures and, of course, the pictures that came in this morning. It is very clear which way it is headed. The triad that we are essentially talking about, the triad basically leading the way as far as the SCO Summit is concerned. And laying the vision for the SCO partners would be the triad itself. And of course, remember, the imprint, what is important, the big takeaway, Abhishek as well as Niranjan, despite the pessimism that some had, it is important to drive home this fact that India has been able to put its imprint as far as the SCO Summit is concerned. And that is because, remember, India has largely spoken about extremism, India has spoken about separatism, India has spoken about terrorism. Unequivocally, though, we have spoken about terrorism, unlike the other partners who have been extremely squeamish to even talk about. Even for that matter, the Chinese have been extremely squeamish about talking about terrorism. They were very happy, they were glad to talk about economic cooperation, trade cooperation, but when it comes to terrorism, they weren't very clear about where they essentially stand. But somewhere down the line, India has been able to drive that home, that terrorism is something that you cannot underplay, and cross-border terrorism is unacceptable. For the SCO partners to come together and talk about cross-border terrorism is undoubtedly a big victory for India at this point in time. Let's not forget the imagery that emerges from it. I don't think so, Abhishek and Niranjan, so much of importance should be given to Pakistan at this point in time, because I believe back home in India, we would be concerned. Like I've seen certain news articles focusing, saying that okay, Turkish president is there. You would have the Pakistani prime minister being there. Interestingly, just look at the image that came in from the welcome dinner. The prime minister was not only comfortable, he was, he was exuding so much of confidence when he essentially, did not really ignore the Turkish president. In fact, he, smiled and even shook his hand. So it's clear that the prime minister is very clear that right now the agenda is very clear. It is not about Pakistan at all. It is more about the fact that India has a it's grandstanding by India, and the fact of the matter is that we are a heavyweight. So that is more important, and we wouldn't have been really concerned about what the Pakistanis are essentially doing. And something, look at the way perhaps the Russian president really reacted when there was an attempt that was made by the Pakistani prime minister to reach out and shake his hand and try and tap on his back. You had just the Russian president moving ahead. So there is a lot of messaging, especially on global platforms like these. Especially imagery does matter, because it is after all a way of power projection. It is a way to project where your country basically stands at this point in time. So I haven't seen, in this entire discourse, I haven't seen Pakistan really figuring so much.
As you speak, we have those pictures of contrast between yesterday and today, but the contrast has a commonality, which is that Pakistan is sidelined, Pakistan is a sidekick, and Pakistan is a non-entity in terms of the global geopolitical stage. So on the left, friends, you have pictures of Shehbaz Sharif standing by as Prime Minister Modi and President Putin walk along in an animated conversation. And to the right are pictures of yesterday where President Xi Jinping serenades President Putin, and then Shehbaz Sharif jumps the queue just to be able to shake hands with Putin, trying to seek attention, like attention seeking, like how? And absolute no dignity there. And I think he must have been given a rap on the knuckles by Rawalpindi, and that's why he's standing in attention today, ignoring.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ignoring, the impulse, his own impulse, perhaps, to again jump, even as Prime Minister Modi and President Putin give him a royal ignore. So I think that really speaks volumes, Niranjan and Shravan, about the status of Pakistan as a lackey of China.
I think Xi Jinping really gave such an ignore yesterday, and of course Prime Minister Modi and President Putin had to do it today. This is a message really to the Pakistanis. These pictures, I'm sure, would be watched there also, and to the rest of the world, and particularly to President Trump, who thought that there can be any kind of equalizer and equalization between India and Pakistan. He must have been really out of his mind to invite Prime Minister Modi to, fish for a photo op with Prime Minister Modi on one side and General Asim Munir on the other side, like he did with Azerbaijan and Armenia. I think President Trump really is living in a la-la land, and it seems that there is possibility of some medical condition also. If as I said, Niranjan, I'm really qualifying it multiple times. There seems to be some medical condition. If he thought that he can equalize India and Pakistan in a photo op, that too with General Asim Munir. President Trump perhaps has some medical condition
and is really out of his mind if he thought he can have a photo op with Prime Minister Modi standing with Asim Munir along with President Trump. I think it has to be left there. And I hope Washington, D.C. is watching this. I will again underscore, this is not any realignment where India is in Russia-China camp. This is part of the larger strategic autonomy that Prime Minister Modi his government has been practicing, which he underscored when he spoke directly to Xi Jinping in the delegation level talks yesterday, which has made India, for example, bat for African Union to be made part of G20 and successfully do so, which has made Prime Minister Modi speak to Zelensky a day before he meets President Putin And as I was mentioning earlier also, Niranjan, just the only leader this side of Suez, east of Suez, who can speak to both Zelensky and Putin. I don't think anyone else in this geography does that. And so in that sense, I think it's a very significant optics panning out. Let's go back to Shravan. I believe he's joining us with some guests on the ground.
Okay, let's go to Shravan.
Let's go to Shravan. Shravan, please go ahead.
Well, in fact, we have been talking about the triad and where does Russia, China and India really stand here. In fact, let me get a quick analysis from a Russian journalist. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV.
Thank you.
The image of Russian President Vladimir Putin along with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping has been the biggest talk of the town.
Yes.
Give us a sense of how exactly is the Russian media really looking at the imagery coming in, and where does Russia really stand on some of the key issues?
Well, it's really obvious. It's a historical image because we all saw that Vladimir Putin and Narendra Modi, they came together, they were holding hands, and basically this means friendship, very good friendship. Then they talked to Xi Jinping, they all laughed. It was some kind of joke, so you can imagine that they are really good friends, they are really good sense of friendship between them. And also those three countries are really sanctioned and pressed by the United States. So basically what we are perceiving now, that they are getting even closer together because of the United States. And obviously we are really waiting for the outcome, for which agreements they will have. Now we're just waiting because we saw that they are really good friends and we understand they talk a lot, and we are expecting Vladimir Putin to go to India in the end of the year. So we are waiting and expecting.
We are eagerly waiting for the bilateral talk to take place between Russian President Vladimir Putin and our Prime Minister. In terms of the expectations that the Russians have at this stage, particularly with regards to the bilateral, is there anything that you all are particularly discussing about? For instance, the tariffs that have been imposed on India has largely been because of the Russian oil that has been bought by India. A claim that has been completely rejected by India. India maintains that it's part of our national interest and no one has the right to interfere. How exactly is Russia really looking into the tariffs that have been imposed, or kind of a penalty that has been imposed on India?
I'll be sincere, we were really feeling curious about the India reactions because we saw these new tariffs, this high pressure of the United States against India, and we were waiting what kind of decision will take India. Will it be led away by the United States? But we saw that India stayed really firm with Russia. It's continued to work and just let understand everybody that India its sovereignty must be respected, and that's a really good political position, I think, nowadays, because they should not be led by pressure.
In terms of the expectations of the SCO outcome, India maintains that we should talk firmly about terrorism, cross-border terrorism. In fact, we have had certain expectations from the Chinese too, despite the trust deficit that exists between India and China. We do believe that Russia happens to be our all-weather friend. Is there a hope that perhaps Russia would also be pushing the SCO partners to talk firmly about cross-border terrorism?
I think yes, because Russia has a lot of history and we have a lot of experience to fight against terrorism. So I think they will talk about this and we have experience to share.
Well, thank you very much, Simon. I'm hoping to catch up once again with you after the bilateral talks that are going to take place. And that's going to be quite important given the fact, because that's the other key meeting that's going to take place after the head of the states meet.
Well, yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Shravan. And of course, we continue to stay live with you whenever you can come, whenever you have an update, whenever you have a guest. And of course, we continue our studio broadcast. These are pictures from earlier, light banter there, animated conversation and engaging talks there on the sidelines between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping and President Putin. Sergei Duvarov continues to be with us. Sergei, I was asking, Russia-India relationship has a long past, long history, and Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, of course, have taken it to the next level.
Yes, at the end of this year in December, our national leader Vladimir Putin will come to India. And I'm highly appreciate that after the statements of Donald Trump, reaction of India was very strong. And we received the Secretary of National Security of India choice of two nations. And I want just remind regarding Hindu-Pakistan relationships that who create Pakistan even and Bangladesh. It was done by UK, and saying like conflict today existing conflict between Ukraine and Russia was created and designed by society and coexistence and interdependence. It's ideology of Bharat civilization. That's why India today is a main country regarding dialogue between East and West.
Right.
Even we can see that symbolically, meeting between Donald Trump and Putin was happened in Alaska when?
Right, Sergei.
15th of August. 15th of August, which is Independence and National Day of India. And that's why Indian diaspora inside America, very powerful and success businessmen inside America, not only in America, in Russia, around all the world, globe, they can help to start to open new page between Russian-American dialogue and convince Donald Trump to be more soft and more spiritually educated. We should educate Donald Trump. We should give him some good vision and good health to understand that right now is the time of eastern part of the world.
All right.
The western part, that time is already gone. It's a past.
Right, Sergei. And thank you so much. In fact, I hope you continue to stay with us even as we take a short break. Proceedings are going on. India's turn is next. Iran is speaking. Taking a short break, coming back on the other side with pictures of Prime Minister speaking at the SCO Plenary.
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO Summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling full power.
During an interview, Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना.
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off.
All right, we are back to the broadcast from Tianjin, where the SCO Leaders Summit is panning out. The plenary is going on as we speak, and India's turn is next. We are waiting for Prime Minister to take the mic, but these are pictures from earlier of the informal interactions, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of camaraderie and warmth that's there between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. Shravan joins us live from Tianjin. In fact, he's right there inside the plenary hall where all the action is. So I would rather let Shravan speak for now. Shravan, over to you. By when you think Prime Minister Modi could be taking the mic?
Well, the Prime Minister has already spoken, Abhishek. We had just put out the visuals a short while back. He's already made his opening remarks. We do not know what the Prime Minister has spoken as yet because the audio wasn't clear here. Just a short while back, we had another statement that was made by President Xi Jinping. It's important to highlight the fact that you've had a few other leaders who have spoken in between. That the Iranians have already spoken. A short while back, Belarusian president also spoke. In fact, in terms of setting the tone for the heads of a state meeting, you've had the Chinese president's opening remarks, some details of it basically emerging, where he has referred to the fact that one has to refrain from border hostilities and the fact that it is important, it is key to this entire regional stability that the SCO partners essentially come together on key issues of terrorism, separatism, as well as extremism. So these are some of the key aspects that are basically emerging from the meeting that is basically underway. It was scheduled for about 1.5 hours, a little over 1.5 hours, starting from 10 o'clock this morning Beijing time to about 11:40, and thereafter, of course, the entire focus would be on the bilateral talks that's going to happen between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, that is also another thing that everyone is looking forward to. Like yesterday, the bilateral between India and China became the biggest headline. It is expected that the meeting between Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi becomes the biggest headline here because there are key issues to be discussed. Very different in nature, but it is important for India to basically raise the issue of the tariffs that have essentially been imposed and the way forward. India has made its position very clear, unwavering support that has been extended here, but at the same time, India has been extremely cautious on various issues. One there is a lot of discussion that's taking place here with regards to the Israel-Gaza war. Will that basically find a mention in the joint declaration? As far as India is concerned, India has steered this entire conversation towards cross-border terrorism. They've been quite successful. So for those who've been saying that this is only going to be rhetoric, remember India has been successful on bringing or putting the spotlight on some of the key issues.
Okay, Virender Gupta, former ambassador, also joining us on the broadcast. He will be joining us soon. Professor Shrikant Kondapalli will also be joining us. So we're waiting for the statement of our Prime Minister, who should be broadcast any time now on the Associated Press or on APTN and ANI feeds that we are monitoring closely. Shravan, anything else you've been able to pick up? Do we have a full detailed statement of what Xi Jinping said, the Chinese president, in his opening comment? Do we have a much more detailed handout that perhaps has been given?
Niranjan, I'm going to step up. Yeah. Well, not so far. Only I've been able to pick up a little bit after speaking to a few of the Chinese here and some of the diplomats who have been associated with the center here. And that's how we've been able to pick up a little bit of the opening remarks. So far, there's been no official readout or official statement that has been issued. In fact, we're waiting for that also to happen as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned, because he's already spoken. The opening remark has already been made. It's only the Chinese president who appeared to be making some sort of an intervention immediately after the Iranians spoke. Right now, actually, I'm going to just step aside and perhaps give you the view. I'm not too sure, Niranjan. I'm going to just step aside a little bit and try and give you a picture of what's happening right now. In fact, that's the Kyrgyzstan president who is basically addressing. So you have roughly about 20 leaders who will be making their opening remarks, which is going to be the main body of the meeting that's going to take place.
Okay. Abhishek, I'm giving you a break there as you get a guest with you. Shravan is just getting more speakers with him lined up. They will be live with us in just a bit. We also have Professor Shrikant Kondapalli, who's a Dean and Professor, School of International Studies at the JNU. Good morning, Professor. Not good. Good optics for India. Not looking good. The Western Bloc, the kind of comments that they've been passing. This morning, you had a very sort of a racist, casteist comment made by this person called Peter Navarro, who said Brahmins are making India the cost of others in India. I don't know what that meant, but he said Brahmins are making money by buying Russian oil. So they're going crazy with the kind of comments they're making. But if I can get your comments, your perspective on the three leaders shaking hands in Tianjin.
Is that for me?
Yes, that's for you, Professor.
Yes, there is the elephant in the room, as you mentioned, is the United States, where there is the tariffs have been imposed on every other country, and India received 50% tariffs, while China is around 36%, reduced from 145%. And a 90-day reprieve was given to China. On the other hand, Russia has some 28,000 sanctions imposed since the Ukrainian conflict. So that is in the background. But nevertheless, we can say that the meeting here is about multipolarity. The SCO is known for multipolarity, and the special RAIC meeting, Russia, India, China meeting, if that happens between the three leaders, then it would be restarting the RAIC dialogue, which began after Russian Premier Primakov mentioned about multipolarity in New Delhi in 1998. Since then, both of them have conducted several meetings, both at the leadership level, summit level meetings, but mostly at the foreign ministerial meeting. So there is a huge discussion related to multipolarity, given the NATO expansion, as well as the colored revolutions that were carried on in the vicinity of Eurasia, and BRICS was expanded to include South Africa. And later last year in Johannesburg meeting, it has been further expanded to 5 more members, and this year 2 more members have joined. So BRICS is one instrument of that multipolarity. But if we have these 3 leaders meeting today, then it means that the RIC is revived in the context of the Trump administration tariffs and unilateral policies, which is one of the basis for the RIC formation earlier. So that is, we need to watch out. But since you're mentioning about the leaders' plenary session discussions, it is clear that there is the multipolarity aspect has been emphasized by many leaders so far. And this is basically against any unilateral policies that the United States is following. So we can broadly say that this is in the context of the Trump's tariff policies, as well as the effort made by the Trump administration to alienate not only its friends but also allies. So this is in the background of the discussions today. We need to watch out in addition to the specific individual leaders' statements. As you mentioned, about 20 of them will be making such statements. We also need to see the joint statement, and very likely that India will, the Prime Minister will mention about the problems that India is facing in terms of sovereignty issues, that is mainly related to the CPEC projects, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor projects. Secondly, he is likely to mention about counter-terrorism, given the Pahalgam attacks on April 22nd and the India-Pakistan conflict, in which China played a very pro-Pakistan role, both on terrorism issue as well as on the conflict as such in India-Pakistan context. So, but he is likely to mention this in oblique terms. Yet, as the Raksha Mantri's visit to China recently, 3 months ago in June, about the non-ratification of the draft in relation to terrorism issue. So it is likely that we will have an Indian position and China requesting other leaders, 20-odd leaders, to endorse that position. So we may probably will see 2 different versions of this in the overall discussions on terrorism and on sovereignty-related issues.
Broadcast. Avirinder Gupta, Ambassador, good morning. And he's also the Director General, Indian Council for Cultural Relations, and the Deputy Director General, IDSA, and President at ARSP. Okay, Ambassador Gupta, your comments on the optics at SCO this morning.
Well, I think it's a very important visit. It's happening in the current America or the Western countries, nor is it in our interest. I think we have to regard the disturbance in the India-US relationship as a temporary blip, because I believe that India-US relationship is very natural. And I think not one single leader will be able to disturb it. So I think it'll go on to resume its natural trajectory, how it has grown in a bipartisan manner in both countries during the last 2 or 3 decades. Now, having said that, I think the most important thing for India is to retain its options. And I think for everybody to know that India is not devoid of options. India has the requisite strategic autonomy, and India must continue to secure its national interest by undertaking optimum relationship with different power groups. No, clearly, of course, America seems to labor under the impression that it is still a unipolar world and America is the most preeminent power. There is no doubt that America is a preeminent power. But then several other countries are now beginning to call the shots. I mean, they've become very important. So it is actually a multipolar world, and America must understand, must know how to treat its friends. I think there is a lot of resentment in India at the manner in which India has been mistreated rather, and the kind of language that has been used by President Trump himself and his senior advisors. When somebody talks about India needing to be punished, I think it is very insulting, and this does not behove, a relationship which has been very. You can do the optics, you can do confidence building measures, create people to people contacts, and several steps have been taken. Mansarovar Yatra has been resumed. We have started giving visas to the Chinese tourists, and some more steps would be taken, like resumption of direct flights and many more things. But I think the two critical things which I would flag out here, one is very huge trade deficit. I mean, look at the structure. We export under $15 billion per annum to China, whereas China exports about $115, $120 billion. And the trade deficit is in the magnitude of about $100 billion, which is not a small amount. And all our attempts to appeal to China to take remedial measures have fallen on deaf ears. So what they do, they indulge in rhetorics. They indulge in sweet talks, as they would no doubt do during this meeting. But there has been precious little action. There are restrictions imposed on Indian agricultural, marine products, Indian pharmaceutical products. Now, yesterday I heard some Chinese expert say that, yes, Indian products would be welcomed in China, but India must first learn how to make good products, acceptable in quality to China. I mean, that kind of remark is ridiculous. India's products are now being imported by so many different countries, including highly quality conscious countries. The second and the more important factor is the lack of good faith, the lack of trust. And why has this trust been shattered? Because we don't see any evidence of China showing the good faith, of China having accepted India's rise as a great nation. So we are actually. Take for instance the example of UN Security Council. India has a legitimate aspiration to join UN Security Council as a permanent member, and many countries, many powerful countries around the world accept it. But China has been standing in the way. They have been orchestrating opposition to China, and UN Security Council is not the only thing. There are many other forums where China has actively worked to frustrate our efforts. So I don't see. There are irritants of this nature. And until such time as China begins to show a transformed attitude, I mean, at the moment, everybody here is very tired of what Americans have been doing. So, we go the other extreme, that we go to China and we will suddenly embrace China and make friends. I don't think that is going to happen. That is too much of an expectation. But I think China should see an opportunity to transform the geopolitics, because until a few months ago, we were very smug into accepting that we were in American fold and America was a trusted ally and our relationship with America was growing. So we didn't need anybody else. And I think this actual American action has come as a rude jolt to us. We need to understand that in this world, which is very cruel, we stand alone and we can't depend on anybody else. We have to be responsible for our own security. We have to be responsible for our economic prosperity. No country was going to support us at the end of the day.
In fact, adding to what you said about China, most of the Chinese commentators who are also speaking on Republic, one commentator even said that you can export agriculture and Indian cuisine. He said you can export Indian cuisine when you spoke of trade deficit with China. So not sure how much will actually change on the ground vis-a-vis trade deficit. Of course, our trade with China has increased year on year. In fact, last year it increased almost 12%. Professor, do you see any movement on that front, or do you think this status quo of us exporting less, importing much more, almost 9 to 10x, do you see that trend continue?
China is very reluctant to accept products from abroad. It is not just about India, but even United States, European Union, Japan, Korea, ASEAN countries. It imports less from these countries. So it is basically based on anything from abroad. Despite being a WTO member, they have not been able to abide by the WTO rules of fair trade, most favored nation treatment to be meted out as part of the WTO. So it is a general trend that they do not import. It is not a market economy status, by the way. So they do not import stuff from outside, including from India. So what do we do? So we have a trade deficit of nearly $1.4 trillion in favor of China in dealing with the Indian trade so far in the last 15, 16 years. And India raised this issue several times on the trade deficits and pointed 4 measures to reduce the trade deficit. One, as President Pratibha Patil, during her visit to China in 2010, mentioned 4 things. So one is that China should have market economy status by opening up its market to Indian products. Number 2 is Chinese investments, because it has earned something like 1.4 trillion from the Indian trade. So it needs to invest. President Xi Jinping visited India in September 2014, and he promised $20 billion. None of that came about. There was the suggestion for a manufacturing center each at Pune and Ahmedabad, but that did not materialize. And on the other hand, we saw recently China insisting that its engineers, technicians move away from the Foxconn company, which is investing in India in terms of the mobile handsets and others for the Apple company. So there was actually the Chinese suggestion for removal of these Chinese technicians, engineers, even though it has promised to invest. And also the joint statements before mentioned about simultaneous rise of China and India. But they have been restricting that kind of steer. The third measure is to have, if Indian and Chinese companies say have manufacturing units in India or China, then they will export to a third market in South America, Africa, or Asia. And that would create a beneficial outcome for both the sides. But this has not been implemented so far. So many of the suggestions that were made were not implemented. So the trade deficits increased substantially. And what is important is that even the raw materials that India is exporting has not changed because of the Chinese restrictions on Indian goods. India is the 4th largest economy, and the Chinese generally ridicule India by saying you cannot export anything. The actual fact is they restrict the imports from every country, including from India. So punitive measures are taken, non-tariff barriers are imposed on the Indian products entry into China. And so there are restrictions that India needs to scale and have a balance of trade position in a healthy manner. But that is not happening. While Trump took the extreme step, if the trade deficits have increased substantially, so he imposed tariffs on every country. But Indian government has so far not thought about such, because India is at a receiving end in terms of these export and import related. So that is how the trade deficits have mounted in the India-China context.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take a short break. I'm requesting both you gentlemen to stay with us. Shravan continues to be with us from Tianjin. He's getting a guest from him at the SCO Summit venue. We'll take a break. Coming back with the live coverage. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshalling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut down.
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO Summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
पुरस्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति शी का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रैट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था। यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एक्सेलेंसी, अब मैं दूसरे स्तंभ सी यानी कनेक्टिविटी पर अपने विचार रखना चाहूंगा। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते हैं। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार को और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास में संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए। यही एससीओ चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों में भी विदित है। Connectivity that bypasses sovereignty, losing trust and meaning. Excellency, तीसरा स्तंभ है O, यानी opportunity. Opportunity for cooperation and reform. 2023 में भारत की अध्यक्षता के दौरान नई ऊर्जा और विचारों का संचार हुआ। स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, डिजिटल इंक्लूजन और शेयर्ड बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज जैसे नए विषयों को अपने सहयोग में जोड़ा। हमारा प्रयास था कि एससीओ को सरकारों के परे भी ले जाए। सामान्य मानवी, यंग साइंटिस्ट, स्कॉलर्स और स्टार्टअप को भी आपस में जोड़े। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइम को दृढ़ता देने के लिए मैं आज एक और सुझाव रखना चाहूंगा। एससीओ के अंतर्गत एक सिविलाइजेशन डायलॉग फोरम बनाया जाए। इससे हम अपनी प्राचीन सभ्यताओं, कला, साहित्य और परंपराओं को वैश्विक मंच पर साझा कर सकते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, आज भारत रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मूल मंत्र पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। कोविड हो या वैश्विक आर्थिक अस्थिरता, हमने हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलने का प्रयास किया। हम लगातार वाइड रेंजिंग रिफॉर्म पर काम कर रहे हैं। इस देश में विकास के साथ साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग के लिए भी नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी को भारत की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, यह खुशी की बात है कि एससीओ भी समय के अनुरूप इवॉल्व हो रहा है। ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम, ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग और साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसे समकालीन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए 4 नए केंद्र बनाए जा रहे हैं। हम इस रिफॉर्म ओरिएंटेड माइंडसेट का स्वागत करते हैं। वैश्विक संस्थानों में रिफॉर्म्स के लिए एससीओ सदस्य आपसी सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 80वीं वर्षगांठ के अवसर पर हम एकमत होकर यूएन रिफॉर्म का आह्वान कर सकते हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को आउटडेटेड फ्रेमवर्क में कैद रखना भावी पीढ़ियों के प्रति घोर अन्याय है। नई पीढ़ी के बहुरंगी सपनों को हम पुराने जमाने की ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्क्रीन पर नहीं दिखा सकते। स्क्रीन बदलने की होगी। एससीओ मल्टीलेटरलिज्म और इंक्लूसिव वर्ल्ड मार्गदर्शक बन सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया जा रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ समन्वय और सहयोग के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं एससीओ के अगले अध्यक्ष किर्गिस्तान के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र प्रेसिडेंट जपारोव को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
तो आप देख रहे थे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र। All right, Prime Minister's opening comments there in the SCO plenary, taking head-on the issue of terror and tackling it and calling the bluff of those who practice double standards. Prime Minister said that Pahalgam terror attack was an attack on humanity. We would like to play that bit again, Aditi. There should be zero tolerance towards terrorism. Okay, now we have President Putin speaking, so we cut to that.
За формирование банка совместных инвестиционных проектов. Все это позволит повысить эффективность наших экономических обменов, обезопасить их от колебаний внешней конъюнктуры. В рамках ШОС последовательно выстраивается разветвленная.
Okay, the headline, the Prime Minister has spoken about terror with Shehbaz Sharif in attendance and China. They're hosting the SCO Summit. Abhishek, if you can quickly take us through what he has said about terror specifically.
I think Niranjan, Prime Minister, has done some plain speaking on terror. He has said that there cannot be double standards. Pahalgam terror attack needs to be condemned. It was an attack on humanity, not just on India and Hindus. He did not say that. I am paraphrasing it. And Prime Minister said that there has to be zero tolerance towards terrorism. Prime Minister also said we must not have double standards towards terrorism. And he also said that India has been bearing the brunt of terror for the last 4 decades. Recently, we saw the worst side of terror in Pahalgam. I express my gratitude to the friendly countries that stood with us in this hour of grief. Prime Minister swiped there at those who did not stand with India, and that obviously includes Erdogan of Turkey and Xi Jinping of China, the host, in fact, because remember, both the two nations, Turkey and China, remember, Niranjan, helped Pakistan very actively, militarily, in real time. And so I think Prime Minister doing that plain speaking. Then, of course, he spoke about other aspects of SCO, how it can be a true platform for multilateralism and inclusivism, how it can herald a new world order, how it is important that it respects rule of law and the idea of territorial integrity and sovereignty. Remember, Prime Minister also said yesterday to President Putin that strategic autonomy needs to be respected. Prime Minister mentioned the fact that it was Independence Day of Uzbekistan today, and so he congratulated the Uzbek delegation. And then, of course, he underscored India's role in SCO, almost bankrolling about 6% of the SCO annual budget, but beyond that, behaving responsibly as part of the grouping and filling in all responsibilities, playing a positive role. And in fact, Prime Minister underscored his earlier vision for SCO, which is secure, S for security, and other aspects of the acronym that Prime Minister, C for connectivity, for example, and O for opportunity. We can go back to Shravan. He's joining us live back from the outside the plenary hall, in fact, in Tianjin, where this meeting is taking place. Shravan, Prime Minister there, mincing no words in sending across a message that world cannot afford double standards on terror.
Well, the Prime Minister has been unequivocal when it comes to dealing with terrorism, and certainly hoping that SCO partners would be speaking in one voice. In fact, I'm going to come to it in a short while from now. But Abhishek, just to introduce my friend here from Sputnik, he's the Beijing correspondent, Evgeny Pavlov is joining us. Evgeny, thank you very much for speaking to us. Let me straight away begin by asking you, First, you've been in Beijing for quite some time, spent a considerable number of years. I want to ask you, in the run-up to the SCO Summit, the Chinese have essentially built a narrative, a largest ever SCO Summit. They were hoping that there would be tangibles, there would be deliverables from the SCO Summit. I want you to tell our viewers, how were you looking at this, the Beijing, how was Beijing really looking at it? How important has the SCO Summit been for Beijing?
Well, certainly China pays a lot of attention to the matters of the global south. So having all these countries together, a lot of which are the representatives of the global south, I think is very important for China. And China projects itself as one of the key magnets and one of the channels for voicing the opinions of the global south. So obviously it's very important, and China is always very enthusiastic and very carefully organizing these events and putting a lot of effort in it. So obviously it's a very big deal for China.
What's the key difference that you have essentially spotted while you were reporting in the last few days in the way we have seen the SCO Summit happening in the past? But there is a global attention right now on the SCO Summit, keeping in mind that we are talking in times of tariff war that is going on. It's for four countries, Russia, China, as well as India. What's the sense that you've got in terms of how Beijing has been responding to the threat emanating from the United States of America?
Well, I think Beijing, it seems to me, is always taking a careful stance on all of this. But clearly you see a request from not just China, but many countries that nobody is happy with how the United States behave at the moment. A lot of the countries in the global south, China included, are interested. They're one of the beneficiaries of globalization previously. So obviously there is an interest of maybe coordinating positions and finding essentially stability, and SCO is seen by many as the anchor of such stability. And so Beijing basically emphasizes the spirit of SCO, and it has indeed become, especially with the accession of countries like India, a massive anchor of stability maybe and dialogue and true multilateralism on the Eurasian continent, and then spreading further than that since there is more interest coming. So yeah, certainly for Beijing probably stresses even more this unity and the spirit of multilateralism around SCO.
Well, interestingly, we are talking at a time when your president is speaking. I just want to step aside and perhaps show our viewers. Now, in fact, Abhishek, that's the Russian president who's making the address right now. We are not very sure the content of it, which is going to come out in a short while from now. I want to come back to the big headline that emerged yesterday. That was the bilateral talk between India and China. How was Russia really viewing the rapprochement between India and China?
Well, since I guess I really followed the media because I was pretty busy here at the summit, but overall I think that every such signal is seen very positively in Russia, because Russia has good relations with both countries historically, and I think any sign of maybe finding some compromise and having some degree of rapprochement is seen very positively in Russia, and certainly Russia would like to maintain this RAIC format, so it's a good thing, definitely.
Do you believe that could be a reality, the RAIC, the Trilateral, at some point in time?
Of course, I do believe so. I think that all three parties are interested in maintaining this format.
What do you make of the images that came out from the banquet yesterday? I remember what I saw was a considerable amount of time that has been spent by President Xi and President Putin, where they were basically interacting. I was given to understand some jokes were essentially shared. We do not know what really transpired, but what do you all really make of it? Which way is it really headed? Because I'm told the advisor to President Putin essentially indicated that President Putin and President Xi has spoken about what happened in Alaska. So is there some sort of a talk that is going on between Russia and China with regards to how do you really tackle the situation, the challenges that are coming in from the United States of America?
It was definitely mentioned that the Russian side would update its partners, China, India, and all others, on how the process in Alaska went in Anchorage. Certainly, I think there is a stable line of contact between the leaders of Russia, China, India on this one, and China and India, they have their own diplomatic humanitarian track on this particular issue. So Moscow always underlines that it very much appreciates the balanced position that both countries have on the conflict in Ukraine, in particular. So, as far as the videos that aired, they've been quite viral on Russian social networks. I noticed today. So, I think I've seen a couple of headlines where it's being kind of underlined that we have like a friendly exchange. So, definitely see this as a positive thing.
What are the key issues that are being raised by Moscow at this stage, and particularly the SCO Summit? What is it that we are looking forward to?
Well, from the Russian side, from the Russian delegation, I heard that there is going to be a strong, powerful declaration. We're yet to see what's going to be in it, but I think that essentially this SCO track is now a priority for Russia as far as multilateral formats are concerned, and I think everybody is awaiting, but we're not yet clear what's it gonna be. But certainly maybe some expectations on trade and just coordinated position in terms of again multilateralism, stability, geopolitics.
Let's also talk about the much-awaited bilateral between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi. What is it that Russia is looking at right now? Obviously, the stage was set in India, where we were given to understand that Russia wants to open up the market for India, keeping in mind that it's some sort of a penalty that has been imposed on India for buying Russian oil. So what is it that Russia is essentially trying to offer India at this stage?
I'm afraid that I cannot really elaborate on that one because I didn't really follow this in particular. But definitely the two leaders have a lot to talk about, and certainly the whole tariff situation, Donald Trump versus India, there's been a lot of attention to that in Russia, and of course I think the matters of trade between Russia and India are in the center of attention of this meeting.
Well, thank you very much, Evgen, for joining us. In fact, he's been here. He's the Beijing correspondent of Sputnik, spent a considerable amount of time here to get us a sense of how exactly Beijing has been viewing this. Why exactly is the SCO so very important for China at this point in time? And of course, with Russia really stepping in right now, it's important to point out that this is becoming a multilateral forum, which is becoming extremely important, particularly for Russia as well as China.
Thank you so much, Shravan. And, this really gives an idea of the kind of realignments that are really happening. Your conversation with the Russian journalist, and the fact that the way everyone else sees the developments vis-a-vis how the United States, unfortunately, seeing the panning out of geopolitics. If you consume Western media platforms or information on them, you realize that you get a picture that Russia is isolated, which does not seem to be the case as it comes out of your conversation. And of course, the pictures that we have seen, the manner in which President Putin has been almost the center of all attention. It was not just Shehbaz Sharif giving up all his dignity and jumping the queue to shake hands with President Putin. Many other world leaders were seen looking expectantly at Putin as he was serenaded by Xi Jinping of China. So obviously, in the rest of the world, there is a sense perhaps that the manner in which Putin has been treated by the larger West, not Donald Trump, thankfully in this case, but the larger West, specifically Europe, is something which is not good. And that's why I think this outpouring of sentiment, so to say, for President Putin there in these pictures that we have seen. With India, of course, it's a little more special, and that's why these pictures speak volumes. I don't see any other world leader present in Tianjin having the kind of engagement with President Putin like Prime Minister Modi has had, and that's why I think we have been calling it the Troika, Tianjin Troika, Shravan, for the last 48 hours, the meeting between President Xi Jinping, President Putin, and Prime Minister Modi. This is obviously a realignment, not exactly India getting into the Russia-China camp, but definitely a realignment. On that note, I think we slip a short break. Shravan, stay with us. We keep coming back to you for more guests and, of course, for our live broadcast from Tianjin.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Yeah, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling full power.
During an interview, American economist
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. And Prime Minister has done some plain speaking, held a mirror to those who have practiced double standards in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor, and then, of course, spoken about how India sees its role in an increasingly multipolar world and how India comes out as Vishwa Mitra. All that has been underscored in his speech. We'll focus on that just after the headlines.
आवाज उठाई, इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
In Tianjin, all right, Prime Minister calls out against terrorism from his Tianjin SCO Summit address.
स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Prime Minister's big message at SCO as he calls out the double standards, calls it unacceptable. China, she urges AI cooperation, rejects Cold War mentality at the SCO Summit. And that's the most defining moment of the year 2025, the Tianjin Troika Handshake. 3 super leaders of the world share candid moments. PM Modi, Putin greet each other with warm handshake, hug before the SCO Summit plenary. Prime Minister shares a laugh banter with Putin in China. Park's Shehbaz Sharif left out, looks on. All right, friends, it was a firm and stern message from Prime Minister to the rest of the world, particularly those in that hall listening, specifically Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, when Prime Minister said that those who support terror should be singled out. Listen to exactly what Prime Minister said in his plenary address at the SCO Summit in Tianjin.
SCO के 25वें शिखर सम्मेलन में भाग लेते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही है। हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। एस CO. S, security. C, connectivity. O, opportunity. पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रैट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर भी आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एक्सेलेंसी, अब मैं दूसरे स्तंभ सी यानी कनेक्टिविटी पर अपने विचार रखना चाहूंगा। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते हैं। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार पोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास में संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए। यही एससीओ चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों में भी विदित है। कनेक्टिविटी दैट बाईपासेस sovereignty, losing trust and meaning. Excellence तीसरा स्तंभ है ओ, यानी अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर कोऑपरेशन एंड रिफॉर्म। 2023 में भारत की अध्यक्षता के दौरान नई ऊर्जा और विचारों का संचार हुआ। स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, डिजिटल इंक्लूजन और शेयर बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज जैसे नए विषयों को अपने सहयोग में जोड़ा। हमारा प्रयास था कि एससीओ को सरकारों के परे भी ले जाए, सामान्य मानवी, यंग साइंटिस्ट, स्कॉलर्स और स्टार्टअप को भी आपस में जोड़े। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइम को दृढ़ता देने के लिए मैं आज एक और सुझाव रखना चाहूंगा। एससीओ के अंतर्गत एक सिविलाइजेशन डायलॉग फोरम बनाया है। इससे हम अपनी प्राचीन सभ्यताओं, कला, साहित्य और परंपराओं को वैश्विक मंच पर साझा कर सकते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, आज भारत रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मूल मंत्र पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। कोविड हो या वैश्विक आर्थिक अस्थिरता, हमने हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलने का प्रयास किया। हम लगातार वाइड रेंजिंग रिफॉर्म पर काम कर रहे हैं। इसे देश में विकास के साथ साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग के लिए भी नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी को भारत की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, यह खुशी की बात है कि एससीओ भी समय के अनुरूप इवॉल्व हो रहा है। ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम, ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग और साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसे समकालीन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए 4 नए केंद्र बनाए जा रहे हैं। हम इस रिफॉर्म ओरिएंटेड माइंडसेट का स्वागत करते हैं। वैश्विक संस्थानों में रिफॉर्म्स के लिए एससीओ सदस्य आपसी सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 80वीं वर्षगांठ के अवसर पर हम एकमत होकर यूएन रिफॉर्म का आह्वान कर सकते हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को आउटडेटेड फ्रेमवर्क में कैद रखना भावी पीढ़ियों के प्रति घोर अन्याय है। नई पीढ़ी के बहुरंगी सपनों को हम पुराने जमाने की ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्क्रीन पर नहीं दिखा सकते। स्क्रीन बदलनी ही होगी। एससीओ मल्टीलेटरलिज्म और इंक्लूसिव वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का मार्गदर्शक बन सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया जा रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ समन्वय और सहयोग के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं एससीओ के अगले अध्यक्ष किर्गिस्तान के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र प्रेसिडेंट जपारोव को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Modi at the plenary summit making his opening remarks, and this picture of Shehbaz Sharif getting the short shrift, getting the royal ignored by Prime Minister Modi and President Putin as they walk past the Pakistani Prime Minister. The dud moment at the SCO captured by our team for you, friends. And joining me for this conversation in this hour of the broadcast, the military review being brought to us by General Bakshi sir and General K.K. Sinha sir. Very good morning to you both, sir. And you heard the Prime Minister make it loud and clear that those who stood with India in our hour of grief are our friends, and those who did not need to introspect whether they even stand with humanity, forget about India. The kind of attack that emanated from Pakistan in Pahalgam, and the need for the world community to come together. I would go to General Bakshi sir first. Sir, in the midst of the ignore that Pakistan is getting at the SCO Summit, you think Prime Minister did the exact right thing by bringing terrorism center stage?
He did the absolute right thing. He mentioned it no less than 7 times in his brief address, right? And he said that this is a scourge of mankind, right? And there should be zero tolerance for terror, including cyber terror. There should be no double standards in terror. Trans-border terror is a big threat, and India has been suffering it for decades, right? And he even elaborated on security, SCO. S for security, C for connectivity, O for opportunity. It presents a great opportunity to rebalance the world order, right? That is the significance of this SCO and the outreach that India has made towards Russia and China and Japan. And Japan, don't forget Japan, which the Prime Minister had visited before coming to the SCO. The simple fact is that China has given, $87 billion loan to Pakistan. It has invested billions of dollars in the China-Pakistan economic corridor. 80% of Pakistani weapons are from China. And what does Asim Munir do? Show a thenga to Xi Jinping and go and sit in the lap of Donald Trump, saying, I am now with the mightiest power, I am, which is the enemy of China. So I think the Chinese are not blind. Andhe to nahi hai. They clearly understand what Pakistan is up to, and that is why the right royal snub.
Yeah.
After all, who is this man? This poor man is a butler of Asim Munir. He tells me, makes me Field Marshal, he makes him Field Marshal. Give me Hilale Jurrat, Mahavir Chakra, by the way, for hiding in the Mariam bunker. He gives him. Look, there is something significant churn taking place. Just give me a minute more. I'll just finish. Significant churn taking place. Donald Trump thought that it was a unipolar power movement. He could kick the rest of the world. And the rest of the world had no choice but to come groveling at his feet like Europe. The people he has hurt the most are America's friends. Europe, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Canada, Mexico. His friends. And India, he's imposed 50% tariff. There was a strong view in India that this is possibly just a art of the deal negotiating tactic. But he has done it. We thought he would do a volte-face change at the last minute. He was just threatening you, pressurizing you. Sir, the deep state seems to have taken charge. Whether it was Biden, whether it is Donald Trump, they have shown hostility towards India. We thought Donald Trump would change the whole pattern. He has kicked India into the Russia-India triangle.
General Bakshi sir, I'm really sorry that I'm interjecting, but this is a very significant development coming out of Tianjin, which I have to bring to the notice of our viewers. Sir, President Putin, who has been making his comments after Prime Minister, has made 2 big comments which are breaking news, which are global headlines, I would say. One, he has said that he appreciates China and India's efforts to resolve the crisis in Ukraine. Moscow values efforts of China and India in that direction. He has also said, hope the United States of America moves in the same direction. So effectively, President Putin has turned this whole Navarro theory that Ukraine war is Modi's war on its head and said that it is actually India and China who are helping sort out this crisis, and the US has to actually move in that direction. So despite the Alaska summit, President Putin very clear that if any help is coming in terms of actual resolution on the ground of the war, it's coming from the nations like China and India, and President Putin naming it there. And then the second global headline coming out of President Putin's comments is that national currencies are being used more widely in trading among member states, and so Russia supports creating the SCO's own payment and settlement infrastructure. He's still stopping short of calling for de-dollarization. He's saying at least within the SCO member states, local currency trading or currency trading in the national currencies, respective national currencies should be done. Coming back to you, General Bakshi sir, very important, significant news points coming out of President Putin's comments also.
Absolutely. You see, one of the prime reasons of going to SCO was to have this crucial meeting not only with Xi Jinping but with Vladimir Putin, tried and tested friend of India. Here was Donald Trump giving a démarche, an order to India. You will not buy oil from Russia, right? You will not buy weapons from Russia. Arey Saab, for God's sake, give us a break. The S-400 has done so fantastically well. The BrahMos has done so well. The Su-30 has done so well. Why should we not buy weapons from Russia or oil from Russia? India has increased the purchase of oil from Russia in the month of September. Because India has shown spine. Donald Trump is bullying. Europe may grovel at your feet. India is an ancient civilization. We will not crawl, we will not bend. We have suffered 250 years of colonial rule. And that era is over. We are not the 51st state of the United States. We are not a colony of the United States that you can order us what to buy from where. We will do it as per our national interest.
Yeah.
As simple. Forgive us, we are independent. We are an independent state, and because India has shown spine, Japan has also recalled its top negotiator, trade negotiator, back from America.
Yeah.
Canada has refused to buy F-35s. Refused to buy F-35. But today, please give me half a second more. Today, Navarro has made an astounding statement from the United States. He says purchase of oil from Russia is helping the Brahmins of India. He is, sir, openly interfering in your internal affairs. He is threatening you of regime change like he did in Bangladesh. And he is telling you that I will use the Jatiwad card, the caste card, to break up India. Break up India. That is what he is threatening you. Sir, in Sanskrit, in the Chanakyan dialogue, this is called Shatru Bodh.
Yes, sir.
We thought he would not really impose the sanctions. He has done. And not only that, he has called Asim Munir twice.
Yeah.
And if he thinks that, if he doesn't understand the visceral hatred that is there in this country for that Atankistan, sir, then you are living in La La Land. You said choose sides. Okay, sir, if you are going to kick us, we will choose sides. You are trying to kick us in the teeth when we are trying to be friends.
Right, sir.
You have destroyed all trust between India and United States. He deserves the Nobel Prize for bringing India, China, Russia together.
Right, sir.
Donald Trump does. Please give it to him.
Absolutely, sir. You have said it absolutely well, and you have really, drawn the contours of evolving geopolitics absolutely clearly. On that note, I will go to General Sinha, whom I have made to wait for a while. Very good morning to you, sir. And my question to you is, Prime Minister, while center staging terror, spoke about Al-Qaeda and associated organizations. He also said terrorism, separatism and extremism are challenges which everyone has to tackle together. He also said that this is something which affects everyone. So are you getting a sense, which I got from Prime Minister's address, that he tried to take out terrorism from narrow confines of an India-Pakistan prism and broad-based it so that everyone can come along and align and look at terror with the same eye, same lens, that this is a scourge which needs to be tackled, and you cannot have double standards. There cannot be a good terror versus bad terror. Terror is terror.
Good morning and Jai Hind, Abhishek. Nice to be with you again. Yeah, you have asked me, the aspect of what the Prime Minister brought out in connection with the terrorism as a whole, global terrorism, what is going on, not just confined to India and Pakistan. Yeah, the opportunity, and the way he has, chosen to redefine SCO, when he says security, connectivity and opportunity, he started with security. And mind you, few days back in India, there is a, doctrine which India had adopted that any forum, whether it is a bilateral forum or multilateral forum, will start with terrorism and we bring down to in the world stage as a global part of it, with the globe is facing it. And mind you, even Erdogan is there, even the Iranian, the representatives are there. And terrorism as a whole, when he is discussing, where he is talking about cross-border terrorism, zero tolerance on, anywhere, if the terrorism is emanating, cyber terrorism, he talks about drug trafficking, and then he says no double standard. And that is what you are asking me from there. The double standard, when you say in terrorism, is that good terrorist and bad terrorist, you define that way. I think he's defined it, the SCO's complete thing, because SCO did come up as an organization to fight terrorism. And that's why he made it a center stage. He started his talk with terrorism and finished it. In the end, again, he has brought it out about the thing, what we have been, 4 centers which has been made for the cyber terrorism. So I think that was the center stage. You see, the more important thing, what we have to understand, that he did bring out Pahalgam. Because there were a lot of doubts in India, because I was reading whether the Prime Minister is not talking about Pahalgam. He brought it out, Pahalgam also, and linked it with the cross-border terrorism, with the global terrorism. Now, taking the other aspect, which is very, very important, which I think we must also discuss. When he said about connectivity, see how beautifully he used the word Chabahar. And then he says international north-south corridor. North-south corridor.
John Sinha, sorry to be interjecting. There is a big breaking news coming in from Tianjin, and which is that the joint declaration, the Tianjin Declaration of the SCO heads of state has been signed. It has been unanimously signed, and the reason is that it condemns terrorism. That's something which is a big diplomatic win for India, and that is why we are breaking this big breaking development. And Shravan is joining us live for more on this from Tianjin, from the exact venue where this plenary and the joint declaration happened. Shravan, a big diplomatic win. Remember, in the earlier formats, the foreign minister, the defense minister, India had not signed on the joint declaration because it was refusing to condemn terrorism. But now it seems it has done so, and that's why we have signed the joint declaration. Big diplomatic win for India and for Prime Minister Modi to be present there.
Well, early signs had already come in, and Abhishek, if you remember, this is exactly what we have been reporting over the last 24 hours, that there is a significant change here. And the fact of the matter is that India has been steadfast on its position with regards to combating cross-border terrorism. This was raised during the bilateral too. In fact, a lot of backroom talks have essentially been taking place, pushing the other SCO partners to come on the negotiating table and ensuring that terrorism does find a mention in the joint declaration, the SCO outcome. Now, this is why it has been considered as a big diplomatic win, because as you rightly pointed out, in the past too, Raksha Mantri had refused to sign because it did not make a mention of terrorism. In fact, such has been the influence of India that, in fact, in the opening remark that was made of the 25th meeting of the heads of the state of the SCO, you've had President Xi once again reiterating that SCO members will have to fight terrorism. In fact, I've just got more detailed specifics of it. Abhishek, and I'm just going to read out, which is going to give you an idea of what is there at the joint statement. In fact, this is what they've said. They are seeking a common ground while putting aside all differences, mutual benefit and also winning. It's a win-win results. SCO members are all friends and partners. In fact, importantly, as far as the Russian president is concerned, he has actually gone a step ahead now, making it very clear why there is a crisis in Ukraine. He makes a mention of the fact that this is because of the Western attempt to include Ukraine in NATO. That is the reason why there is an ongoing crisis. He has thanked China as well as India with regards to making all efforts to douse the fire. In fact, he also says that he's hoping that the United States of America will also move in that same direction. So that's again another big message coming in. So multiple breaking news now coming in from Tianjin here. One, all the SCO members have unanimously signed the joint declaration. The fine reading of the joint declaration about to come in a short while from now. Some indications, Abhishek, if we can just put this out, because a little bit that I've been able to pick up so far, it basically goes at length, talks about the fact that it is to combat terrorism. They say it is going to be a win-win situation for all the SCO members. They also talk about that regional differences are to be kept aside. There should be mutual respect among the member nations. And in terms of the way forward, it has largely focused on enhancing the trade cooperation between the SCO members. Now, following this particular meeting that has taken place, there is a SCO Plus meeting that is also going to take place, which is once again going to be chaired by President Xi. I'm given to understand that too has also taken place. So it's about 1 o'clock here in Tianjin, where the meetings are going to conclude. In a short while from now, the bilateral between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi is also going to take place. One world, one family finds a mention in the joint declaration too. That's India's position. So clearly, India's stamp on joint declaration is abundantly clear. They are making it very clear here.
In fact,
the member states
from the joint declaration. Just hold on to your thoughts. I'm coming to you because there are very significant takeaways coming out of it. I'm just reading the paragraph which talks about terror and how it incorporates all the concerns of India. The member states strongly condemn terrorism in all its form and manifestation. That's the exact language that India wanted incorporated. It stressed that double standards in the fight against terrorism are unacceptable and call on the international community to combat terrorism, including cross-border movement of terrorists, with the central role of the United Nations by fully implementing the relevant UN Security Council resolution and the UN Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy in accordance with the UN Charter and the principles of international law in order to jointly combat all terrorist organizations. They stress the importance of adopting by consensus a comprehensive convention on international terrorism. Shravan, that's a big one. That's really a big one because it's lock, stock, barrel that India's position on terrorism is getting reflected in the joint declaration signed unanimously by all member states. Also, it reflects India's language on one world, one family, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, something which China had objected surprisingly during the G20 summit in 2023 in New Delhi. China, of course, was not represented by Xi Jinping but by Li Keqiang. But now, while in China, in Tianjin, accepting Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, the thought of one world, one family as something which is an ideal, I think that's a significant diplomatic win for Prime Minister Modi's delegation there in Tianjin. I'm coming back to you, Shravan. I'm also joined in by Major Samar Paltur. Shravan is still there with us. Shravan, are you still there? I can come back to you quickly for one more comment and then go to our guests in the broadcast. Shravan, what more are you hearing about this? Okay, Shravan, what more are you hearing about this?
Yes. Abhishek, I'm just holding the declaration here. This is the full declaration. I'm not too sure if you've got the copy. I'm unable to send it across because there is some internet.
But you go ahead, read the operative paras from this.
This is the full. Okay, so then if you have it, then I'm just going to just step aside and just read out of it. Number one, it basically talks about profound changes, historical changes that have been affecting all spheres of political, socio-economic aspects. Now, the key highlights are the following. Number one, it is with regards to the terrorism aspect that has been spoken about. Now, they say that the member states have strongly condemned the terrorist attack of Pahalgam on 22nd of April. They expressed their deepest sympathy, condolences to the families of the dead. They further stated that perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice. The member states, while reaffirming their firm commitment to fight against terrorism, separatism and extremism, stress to the inadmissibility of attempts to use terrorist, separatist and extremist groups for mercenary purposes. They recognize the leading role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats. Member states strongly condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, stress that double standards in the fight against terrorism are unacceptable, and call on the international community to combat terrorism, including cross-border movement of terrorists. Recognized India's initiatives. The declaration echoes the theme of one earth, one family, one future. Member states have also welcomed the results of the 5th SCO Startup Forum. Then it goes on to the other aspects of it. But there is a large focus, as I've been reporting over the last 24 hours, that there is a strong push that has been made by India. It finds a clear reflection on multiple aspects, right from the fact that the president of China has reiterated in its opening remarks. That has now found a mention in the declaration, something that India has been steering. This entire conversation, it seems, have now been steered by India, and it has undoubtedly been a very, very successful SCO summit for India.
Okay, Shravan, just stay with us because there are a tremendous amount of news points coming out of this statement, including the mention of Pahalgam terror attack. Member states strongly condemn terrorist attack in Pahalgam on April 22, 2025. We are going to focus on that even as we build up to the next big meeting taking place in Tianjin, which is between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin of Russia. Samar Partul, Major Samar Partul tour continues to be with us. And Shravan, you stay with us. We take a quick short break and coming back on the other side with more on this.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
manufacturing sectors. And you see, one very clear thing that I want to tell the audience is that since 2013, $1 was equivalent to 52 rupees. And now, at that time, the Indian economy was, between 7th to the 10th. But now that we are coming up to be the 4th largest economy in the world, it is now 84 rupees, equivalent to $1. So why is it that the dollar keeps becoming stronger despite other countries progressing economically? So basically, it is the need of the hour for de-dollarization for our overall growth and progress. And you see, it has come to light. America has woken up. Let me tell you, Trump has, played a economical repairing move that to get the manufacturing sector back in USA, because they have sublet everything in terms of labor and manufacturing industry to China, which has resulted in the devastation of the American dollar. And it is very difficult for them to now come out of it until unless they start their own production in US soil itself and are self-reliant. America has not been self-reliant. They've been Chinese-reliant in terms of the trade and production. So I think it is time that we had to create a balance. The economies of Eurasia had to be balanced out. And I think that there are many other countries which are willing to join the BRICS, especially the African countries, because they've been, manipulated and exploited in terms of the mining of their rare earth metals, gemstones, precious diamonds. And despite all that, there has been no development or progress.
Major Tour, just to hold on to your thoughts, in fact, there is another very interesting picture that has emerged from the venue, which is of Prime Minister Modi traveling in the same car as President Putin. This seems like President Putin's Aurus, and they are traveling to the destination of their bilateral meeting together. Another picture to rile Trump, another picture to make Peter Navarro go bonkers. And I think that seems to be the unintended or intended consequence, I don't know, but that's going to be a consequence of this picture for the world to see. President Putin and Prime Minister Modi traveling together, and I will just confirm in a bit whether this is in the Aurus limousine of President Putin. And they are traveling together to the venue of their bilateral meeting, which means that even before the bilateral starts, even before the delegation talks start, they are already having one-on-one. Shawan, over to you. Shawan, how much time does it take for the Prime Minister and President to travel from the summit venue to the bilateral meeting venue, because they have traveled in the car together and they would be talking for that much period? How long does it take, and how long the conversation would be that conversation would be between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin one-on-one?
Well, in fact, the bilateral will be taking place at where Russian President Vladimir Putin is staying. That's the Ritz-Carlton. I'm given to understand that it would be about 20 minutes, a little less than perhaps 20 minutes. I'm not too sure about that, because unfortunately here you can't rely on Google Maps, Abhishek. You will have to let the Chinese actually decide that. So it's difficult to get you an exact sense of how much time. But clearly there is optics here, optics involved in the message that the Prime Minister is also sending across. And you're rightly pointing out that this is going to rile up the West to a certain extent, because you have first with President Xi and then, of course, with President Putin. And as far as President Putin is concerned, the bilateral talks, the agenda is very clear here, that it is with regards to the imposition of the tariffs that have been tariffs, and then of course it is also
hold on to your thoughts. Just reading the Prime Minister's post that has come on their joint travel together to the bilateral meeting destination, in which Prime Minister has said, after the proceedings at the SCO Summit venue, President Putin and I traveled together to the venue of our bilateral meeting. Conversations with him are always insightful. Prime Minister there again underscoring, reiterating, Peter Navarro, go take a walk. I am having my summit meeting with President Putin in the car, in which we have together in the car we have traveled together to the bilateral meeting venue. This is the fourth time that the two leaders are meeting and having a personal tie-to-tie and a direct conversation in the last 36 hours that the two have been together in Tianjin. I think, and yes, I can confirm that Prime Minister Modi has traveled in President Putin's car, the Orange limousine, and they are on their way to the venue. Shawan, you mentioned Google Maps obviously does not work in China because the Chinese are not scared of the Americans. They have blocked most of the American tech, even as they have reverse engineered most of it and have their own apps and own software. And the Americans and President Trump is doing nothing about it, despite the fact that China is the biggest purchaser of Russian oil. President Trump absolutely mum. Typical sign of bully. If a bully meets his match, then the bully covers. And if the bully sees somebody accommodating, as we have seen, for example, in the case of Mexico, the Mexicans realizing it at a great price, Trump has been hammering them, pummeling them. In India, of course, Trump has met more than a match with Prime Minister Modi, making it amply clear that there is going to be no indulgence whatsoever with Trump's bullying. And so Trump has let his attack dogs do the talking, but to no effect. And in fact, Prime Minister's messaging is loud and clear. Go take a walk. Go take a walk, Peter Navarro. And he will go in a Horus ride with President Putin for his bilateral. Coming back to you, Shawan. Again, Google Maps does not work, but you would have some idea how much time it takes for them to be together now, because remember, this is personal one-on-one meeting between the two leaders, and there are no translators, remember, so they would be having a conversation in English, direct, face-to-face, one-on-one.
Well, roughly about 20 minutes is what I pick up from the location, the two location, that is the Tianjin Convention Center where the meeting was taking place, and from there Ritz-Carlton is where President Putin is staying, so that's the venue of the bilateral. So it'd be roughly about 20 minutes. The pattern is very clear here, bringing in the personal equation of President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. And if you have seen in the past the relationship that both the leaders have shared, and the picture, if you can, I don't know whether we have that picture right now or not. This was the picture that was clicked when Prime Minister Modi reached at the venue of the SCO meet, and there was a warm hug that was shared between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. And President Putin was all smiles, and in fact the Prime Minister, what we were told, was actually called him his dearest friend. Now that picture came out earlier today. Abhishek, I'm not too sure, because this was basically put out here a short while back. I'm not too sure whether it is available online or not, because I've absolutely no access to any of the online material. In fact, as you've been pointing out, the Chinese have replicated almost everything and have their own system in place. Coming back to the agenda of the India-Russia talks, because that happens to be one of the key aspects or the key highlights on the sidelines of the SCO Summit, that is the Prime Minister's bilateral talks with President Putin. What is really expected? Now, in terms of the agenda, one, of course, the imposition of the tariff. Second is opening up of the market by the Russians. Third is the defense cooperation. In fact, there are defense materials that India would still be continuing to buy from Russia, particularly with regards to fighter jets. Then, of course, you also have in terms of the S-400, the second batch, essentially coming in. All that has also been worked out. In fact, there is also a collaboration that India and Russia are essentially talking about. That is the space collaboration. In fact, that is likely to also be picked up during the talks that are going to take place. So it's multifaceted, and unlike in the case of India and China bilateral talks, where India has been cautiously optimistic as far as Russia is concerned. Remember, there is we are basically at ease right now because of the talks that have essentially taken place in the run-up to the SCO Summit, and of course the backroom talks that have essentially taken place, which indicates that we've been able to make our point very clear. And I think so somewhere down the line, Russia has played a very important role in influencing the joint declaration too.
Right, absolutely. And I think we are notching one diplomatic victory after another. One more picture there of the two leaders together in the Aurus limousine, very famous one there with a lot of security gadgets, like it happens at this level of diplomacy and at this level of world leaders, where you have a car like the American president has the Beast. The one of Vladimir Putin is called Aurus. And almost similar features as the Beast. In fact, this Aurus had traveled to Alaska also, though of course at that time President Putin jumped into the Beast of Trump along with the American president. And now we have Prime Minister Modi and President Putin traveling together to the bilateral meeting venue. About 20 minutes time, as Shravan was explaining, that the two leaders get one-on-one again before the delegation level talks, apart from the light banter and easy moments that the two informal moments that the two leaders have had more than a couple of times in the last 24 hours at the Tianjin Summit venue, along with, of course, President Xi Jinping, the Troika, the Tianjin Troika as it is being called out, because even the Wall Street Journal, for example, the American business news flagship newspaper, called three of the four most powerful leaders together in okay, now we are getting a message that the two leaders have reached the summit, the bilateral meeting venue, and their delegation talks are to start shortly. That's the message I get. And major tour, the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin is coming in the backdrop of few developments. Number one, President Putin has just a while back praised India's role in the war in Ukraine. Number two, Prime Minister Modi has had a phone call with Zelensky just yesterday, where Zelensky has asked for Prime Minister Modi's good offices for ceasefire, help from Prime Minister Modi for ceasefire, which means the Trump effort has effectively failed. Also comes in the backdrop of Peter Navarro comment that this is Modi's war. So if it is Modi's war, then let Modi handle, and Modi is handling it, talking to both the sides. You think that this meeting is going to bring out substantive results insofar as Ukraine war is also concerned?
See, Abhishek, we should recall the Zelensky visit to USA, where he was actually humiliated by the American press. He was suppressed by J.D. Vance. He was humiliated by President Trump. And that is not how you treat a head of the state. And probably, I'm very sure that Zelensky has made his calculations. And you see, President Putin has questioned the power of Zelensky. Even if they sign a peace accord, they say that what power or position does Zelensky hold in his own parliament in Ukraine to sign the documents, and if the peace treaty is going to remain. So I definitely feel that yes, the paradigm shift has moved from the West now towards India. And Prime Minister Modi is going to be a very big anchor in terms of Zelensky and Putin to get both of them on the talking table and get an amicable exchange of territories and settlement, where both the parties can accept and exchange few territories for a peaceful future. So, because as far as, the US is concerned, they are business minded. They have said that whatever billions of dollars of weapon systems that they've given, they want rare earth metals in return from Ukraine. So that is what Ukraine does not want to be in a lifelong debt with the US. So that is one of the major reasons why it is now moving and coming towards India to broker a peace deal. Number one. Number two, why India is so close to Putin at the moment? We require the Su-57. We need the upgraded S-400 and the S-500. We need the Russian technology. The Russians have said that they are opening up the Russian market for Indian goods if the tariffs are going to hamper our exports to other nations because of the tariffs. So definitely it is going to be all because of the tariff wars and for the internal and overall security of India that we need to weigh our odds and select the right side which is going to benefit India in a long run. Abhishek.
Absolutely. Major Thor, you have given a right perspective, given the right perspective, in fact, on how things pan out and why this relationship between India and Russia, between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin is independent of all other permutations, combinations, alignments that India has built over the decades. Because this is enduring, this is historical, this is long-standing and needs to be nurtured. And Prime Minister Modi, remember, Prime Minister Modi is perhaps the first Prime Minister of India post-independence who comes from outside the Nehruvian establishment. And for him to continue the Russia relationship and to upgrade it in the manner that he has is a commentary on the astuteness that Narendra Modi brought to foreign policy, despite not having experience as he was charged with when he became Prime Minister in 2014. I think that's a very significant role Prime Minister Modi has, or contribution that Prime Minister Modi has made to India's foreign policy continuity in his engagement with President Putin and his engagement with Russia, to the extent of annoying the American establishment and to make Washington DC squirm and in fact lose its mind the way it has under Trump, unfortunately. Moving on, and Kritarth Patnaik joins us in the newsroom. Shravan continues to be with us from Tianjin, and I would want to also play out President Putin's comments, because now we have English subtitles and English translation of that also whenever we can, Aditi. But going to Shravan for that time, Shravan, we are told that the delegations are in place and that the meeting has started between the two leaders. So now, and we are told that 45 minutes are granted, or allotted rather, for this meeting, after which, of course, Prime Minister Modi would be immediately heading to the airport and wheels up for New Delhi. 45 minutes of India-Russia talks. The closely watched meeting, perhaps the second most closely watched meeting of the Tianjin SCO Summit taking place now. Shravan, you are a little far from there because I think it's a separate venue than the summit venue. But your sense, you would have engaged with our diplomatic team before the meeting started. I'm told General G.G. Dwivedi is also joining us live in the broadcast. If you can show him. But a brief comment from Shravan first before we play President Putin bite on his take on the SCO Summit. Shravan, over to you.
Well, it's bound to grab a global headline once again, because remember, the first bilateral that India had was with China, and it became the dominating headline, emanating from that particular meeting was some major takeaways. Now, of course, today's highlight would certainly be the bilateral with Russia. The reason being, right now, you have Russia and India essentially laying out the roadmap, something that would influence the other partners too. Now, as far as Russia and India are concerned, in terms of the agenda, it's chalked out very clearly. What I've been able to pick up, speaking to the members of the delegation, are the following. One, in terms of clarity with regards to how exactly does India really deal with the tariffs that have been imposed. From President Putin's side, there would be an elaboration of the Alaska meeting, something that he has done with the Chinese president. He would essentially be doing the same with Prime Minister Modi. In fact, there was a brief conversation that happened over telephone. But having said that, part of the Russian agenda is to let India know about the reasons of the ongoing crisis, as Russia basically calls it. once again reiterating the fact that this is an attempt that has been made by the West to try and influence Ukraine to join NATO. That is the reason why it still continues. As far as India is concerned, the response is very clear that they're essentially pushing for a dialogue between Russia and Ukraine. Now, what is important to point out here, specifically talking about issues containing issues affecting in India, that would certainly be about trade and commerce. Now, there were certain discussions that have actually happened between a direct line, that's the economic prosperity line that we've been talking about between Russia and India, and that has been an ongoing project which is also going to be taken up once again. Part of the delegation that Russia has got includes certain Russian entrepreneurs too. So there is a possibility a follow-up meeting with the Russian entrepreneurs are also likely to take place. Now, the Russian delegation is large this time. You have about 3 of the deputy prime ministers to be a part here. Apart from them, remember the key advisors are also part of the bilateral meetings that are taking place. So Russia has come with the full intention of having a clear roadmap with regards to the relationship with India. In terms of deliverables, of course, you have Russia offering up their own market. The trade basically has gone a notch higher. And in terms of opening up the market for Russia through India is something that is also going to be on the negotiating table at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we are ready with the Putin comments with English translation layover. Okay, we'll get to it in a bit, but we are joined in by Major General G.G. Dwivedi now, strategic affairs expert, joining us live in this broadcast, and he's former defense attaché to China, Mongolia, North Korea. He has commanded brigades in the LOC and the LAC area, both including Siachen and, of course, even Northeast. Tremendous military experience and in areas which are of consequence for this conversation. Thank you so much for joining us, General Dwivedi. And your opening comments on the developments of the day. Are we seeing a realignment with China? First up, do you agree that we should be okay with this realignment, or we are still cautious but then engaging because that's what diplomacy is about?
Well, engagement is the hallmark of diplomacy, because without engagement, diplomacy dies. So therefore, dialogue and diplomacy are synonymous. So therefore, this is part of the process. Second point is whether we are realigning or we are reset or there's rapprochement. I think that the relations since 2020 had bottomed out because of the Chinese uncalled for, very provocative intrusion in Ladakh, where I happen to command. And that actually put the whole process into the reverse gear. And especially it so happened when there were 2 very important meetings between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping at Wuhan in 2018 and thereafter Mamallapuram in 2019. So now that relation actually has taken a serious hit, and now is the time to repair and try to get the relationship on track. But what I would say that the differences between India and China are very deep. They are not only related to the border, where China claims Arunachal Pradesh as their own territory, and how Chinese are actually pitching in South Asia, trying to build up new alliance between Bangladesh, Pakistan, Turkey and China at the helm, how they have fortified a complete Tibet. In fact, Xi Jinping was in Tibet 21st August last month. That is his second visit. So they're very sensitive to their borders. They're very, very sensitive to how the exact situation is panning out in South Asia, because they treat South Asia as part of their backyard. So I like to make 2-3 very subtle points. I don't think we are realigning. We are only readjusting and trying to get the relation at least in the working mode, because there was, as I said, serious breakdown. And the working mode is, while we are progressing on border, we are opening up the trade because we require the trade engagement. And also, you see, we have $100 billion trade deficit against China. We need to also tap their market so that we reduce this deficit or the imbalance of trade. And the second point is our concern about security, our concern about terrorism, and what role exactly China played during Operation Sindoor. China and Pakistan are very, very closely knit allies, so we are concerned about it. I think the whole effort is to get the relation into working mode, not really realigning, but more of rapprochement. It's not really reset because the differences are too far and wide, but manage the differences, manage the border, have some kind of, I would say, peace and tranquility on the border while we are in talks to resolve it. A resolution is not going to happen anytime soon. But the whole point is to get our relation more into working mode and reduce the tension on the borders. Over to you.
Yeah, General Dwivedi, in fact, India's position was enunciated very well by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri when he said that, and he was essentially quoting Prime Minister Modi from the delegation talks that took place between India and China, that peace and tranquility at the borders is the best insurance for the larger India-China ties. So while there is a military component on the ground along the line of actual control and in the northeast, the fact of the matter is that diplomacy only succeeds if China underscores its intent for peace by not creating Galwan, Doklam, Stumar, Depsang kind of episodes on the ground. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Let me clarify because I also have put on the diplomatic hat as a soldier. See, your position on the table or your position on the negotiation forum is as strong as your position on the ground. So until you have a very strong position on the ground, you don't have enough cards to get the negotiation going. So therefore, when we deal with China, we have to be, as defense is concerned, very strong. We have to have a very strong posture on the LAC so that the Chinese know that the kind of games they have played since 2012. Incidentally, India-China relations were fairly in the working mode. But after 2012, when President Xi Jinping took over, you rightly brought out, there were Depsang in 2013, Demchok in 2014, then we had Doklam 2017, and then of course 2020, three Chinese division marched into Chishul or the eastern Ladakh. So it's very right that when we talk of peace and tranquility on the LAC, it has a couple of factors. Firstly, the troops on the ground. We have disengaged, but we are not de-escalated because still about 50 to 60,000 troops are facing each other. The massive infrastructure build-up that is being undertaken by China means they have an aggressive design. And then the border management. Chinese have built up about 720 border villages, and these villages are like the frontline post. And having been on the LAC a long time, I can say that they are integrated into the Chinese defense. So while you are doing all that, and it's not stopping there. The amount of infrastructure they have built in Tibet, they are building new railway line from Kashgar to Lhasa. They are building a new railway line from Chengdu to Lhasa. They are building now the dam, Yarlung Sampo Dam, which is also like a water bomb. So all these have to be seen together, not the LAC per se, but what all is happening around the LAC, across the LAC, all these have to be affected.
Right, General Dwivedi. In fact, please stay with us. We now have the comments of President Putin with an English translation layover for the benefit of viewers so that there is exact clarity as to what he said and how he has set the geopolitical context of the moment. Let's listen to him.
First of all, I would like to support the statements by my colleagues who have voiced their appreciation of the Chinese side's preparations and work as part of the SCO. This year is special for all of us. On May the 9th, in Moscow, there was a celebration of the anniversary of the victory in the Second World War and the defeat of Nazi Germany. And in Beijing, there will be a celebration of the victory over Japanese militarism. Crushing Nazism and militarism was made possible thanks to the cohesive ties between the peoples of the world. In the aftermath of the Second World War, the United Nations was established, which is also celebrating its 80th anniversary this year. Its charter incorporated the principles of the supremacy of international law, the self-determination of peoples, sovereign equality of states, non-interference into the domestic affairs of countries, independence, and respect for national interests. These principles are immutable up to this day, and it is on these principles that the Shanghai Cooperation Organization bases its work, adhering to the ideas of a multipolar world and a fair international order. A substantial package of documents has been prepared for the summit. The Tianjin Declaration, the key document, incorporates coordinated approaches of the countries on regional and international agendas. I would also like to note the strategy, the SCO, until 2035, which will define the key areas of the SCO's activities in politics, economy, security, and humanitarian affairs. The cooperation undertaken at the SCO is impressive. The GDP growth has been over 5%. Industrial output grew by 4.6%. We're also seeing progress in trade turnover above the world average. We're seeing increasing use of national currencies in trade. We are advocating the creation of an independent settlement and financial infrastructure, the implementation of new banking and investment projects, which will allow us to increase the efficiency of our trade and make us secure against external challenges and shocks. A competitive transport infrastructure is emerging. Car and rail transport, as well as multimodal shipments, are on the rise. Customs cooperation is ongoing, and electronic document flow is being implemented in various sectors. The strategy of energy cooperation until 2035, adopted last year, is being actively implemented. The roadmap, adopted as part of the strategy, will ensure coordinated and balanced activities in the energy sector across the SCO space. As many of my colleagues have already noted, our ties in science and education are developing too, as well as in healthcare, environmental protection, sports and youth initiatives. The SCO University.
So those were the initial remarks of President Putin there at the SCO Summit when the Leaders Summit opened earlier today, emphasizing the increasing role of the regional summit of SCO leaders now getting global prominence, and perhaps the entire West would be very keenly listening to these remarks for the rest of the day to decode the laywork that the President has laid there. At the moment, the bilateral meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi is underway, and we'll be right back after a very short break with more inside details of what exactly is happening in that historic bilateral meeting. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta. Legend forever.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा रिसीव करता आया सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखकर
Today, the World Health Organization.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों पे एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are
आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें SCO रैक्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वक्त भारत ने टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई।
With Pakistan PM Shehbaz Sharif in attendance, PM Modi slams terrorism at SCO, rakes up the Pahalgam attack.
एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Prime Minister Modi's big message at the SCO as he calls out the double standards, calls it unacceptable. Tianjin Declaration of SCO Council of Heads of States condemns terrorism has been signed and adopted. And that is the most defining moment of the year 2025. Tianjin Triad Handshake. 3 super leaders of the world share their candid moments. And a picture that rattles the United States as the Putin-PM Modi bilateral will start very soon. And Prime Minister Modi shares laughter with Putin in China while snubbing Shehbaz Sharif. Alright viewers, we'll now be breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in, and it is the big historic SCO Summit, and a short while from now, Prime Minister Modi and Putin are going to have a bilateral meeting. We have a guest with us. We have with us Major Toor, we have Major General Gigi Dwivedi, and we have Professor Brahma Chelani. All three of our guests joining us, and very soon I'll be joined by our Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor in a short while from now. I just want to go across to our first guest for today, Professor Brahma Chelani, who's joining us right now on Republic TV. And Professor, as we wait now, that the big focus is right now on the Putin and PM Modi bilateral, which will begin very, very soon. And we saw both of them taking the same vehicle as they head towards a bilateral. And this is coming as India is buying a record amount of discounted Russian oil, which New Delhi in India has made very clear that we will continue doing this despite US pressure, because we do not want the US to pressurize us, because our economy is our economy. Yes, Professor.
Yes, but I think Trump's tariffs and sanctions on India have little to do with Russian oil and everything to do with his effort to strong arm India into a one-sided trade deal. He wants a trade deal on his terms, the way he imposed his will on the European Union, on Japan, and on South Korea. So he's using India's Russian oil purchases as a crude bargaining tactic to muscle India into accepting a lopsided trade deal. And the trade deal that he wants is not just about trade, about economic issues. He's also bringing in strategic and foreign policy issues under the umbrella of the trade deal. In other words, the trade deal that he wants will constrict India's strategic autonomy and foreign policy autonomy. There's no way India can succumb to this kind of pressure. If his sanctions and tariffs had anything to do with Russian oil, he wouldn't have singled out India with such actions. After all, China is the world's biggest buyer of Russian oil and gas, and the European Union contributes more to Russia's coffers through its energy imports from Russia than India does by buying Russian oil. So what Trump is doing, he's basically using naked coercion to make India accept the deal that he wants. But he doesn't understand India. India may be open to persuasion, but it cannot be bullied into accepting a trade deal on Trump's terms. Those US presidents in the past who have tried to bully India, like Nixon did, or even more recently when Joe Biden tried to do that after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Biden administration tried to bully India by threatening India openly in public that if India does not take a side in the Ukraine war, if it stays neutral, the costs and consequences for India would be, quote unquote, strong and long term. Now, that kind of bullying attempt only reinforced India's determination to stay neutral in the Ukraine conflict. Trump is mistaken that he can bully India into submission. No, he has unleashed three attack dogs. One is Peter Navarro, his trade advisor. Another is the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
And the third guy is Trump's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett. These three are taking turns to attack India almost daily, not realizing that what they're doing is only hardening India's resolve.
Mr. Chelani, I just saw a post from US Embassy in India. This is about 6 minutes back. And it says the partnership between the United States and India continues to reach new heights, a defining relationship of the 21st century. This month, we are spotlighting the people, progress, and possibilities driving us forward. Now, this seems like templated, at the bureaucratic level, trying to continue with the set agendas. But is it really the defining relationship of 21st century at the moment? And is it really, trying to reach new heights or plumbing new depths?
Well, the U.S. Embassy in New Delhi is putting up a brave face by using old language. But the U.S.-India relationship being a defining partnership of the 21st century is a phrase that two successive U.S. administrations have used to describe the special relationship with India. It was the Trump first term administration that used that phrase for the first time, and Joe Biden administration continued with that phraseology. In fact, Trump's first term was the best period in US-India relations. US-India ties flourished in Trump's first term in a way that they had not thrived under any previous US president. And the irony is that today, the same president who brought US-India relations to a new high is demolishing that relationship virtually, is unraveling that relationship with actions that are detrimental to America's own long-term interests.
Yeah.
But India is not the only target of Trump. He is also unraveling America's key relationships with close allies, European Union, with Japan, with South Korea, with Canada, which is also bearing the brunt of his disruptive policies, with Mexico, for example. So what Trump is doing is he has turned disruption into his governing creed.
Mr. Chelani, in fact, there is a post coming in from Donald Trump where he seems to be wishing good night, which means he's effectively trying to project a picture, rather, that he's unaffected, that he's not watching these pictures coming out of Tianjin in China. I think even as the US Embassy in New Delhi giving an impression of FOMO, fear of missing out. That's why, so between FOMO and JOMO, which sentiment is American sentiment really is my question. Samarpal Toor, if you can come in there.
The Americans were with the notion of selling the F-35s. They were with the notion that the Indian weapons inventory would become Americanized. And then ultimately they faltered where they thought that India will take orders from the Americans. So basically this is backfired. And the maximum advantage that anyone can possibly take, my enemy's enemy is my friend. That is exactly what Russia and China are doing right now, that we see unfold right now in front of our eyes. And I am telling you that China and Russia are going to go to all depths to convince and agree with India as much as possible to keep US away, because the only reason why Americans see India as an important strategic country is because of the Quad. And Quad is weak because, last month, President Trump was actually asking the Australians that please tell us what do you wish to do in case there is a war and a takeover of Taiwan by China. President Trump was asking the Australians, please tell us what would your role be? Because since World War II, the Australians have not participated in any war. So Americans themselves are very doubtful. They have lost the grip in Asia. Pakistan has come out to be a failed state. And see, the key issues, Abhishek, we are not addressing. For example, the weaponizing of Pakistan by China, that should be called out in this summit.
Yeah,
that the weapon system should not be given to Pakistan. Number
in fact, Major Tour, just putting on air the post of real Donald Trump. That's real, actually. Good night. I mean, that's typical Trumpist way of saying, oh, I don't care about what's happening in Tianjin, even if Peter Navarro is losing his sleep and losing his mind. And even Trump, perhaps, obviously is... watching these developments rather closely, that American president does, but he's trying to present a picture of nonchalance. In the case of the US Embassy here in New Delhi, it's FOMO of fear of missing out. In the case of Donald Trump, it seems like FOMO means fun of missing out. And that's why he's saying good night. I mean, we are trying to sort of connect the dots. Maybe they are not, but in geopolitics, at that level, every message has a deeper meaning. It's not every day that President Trump wishes good night. So I think he will sleep over the developments of Tianjin, even as Prime Minister Modi and President Putin are now locked in a dialogue. And it's just to underscore how seriously the Russians are taking it. President Putin is accompanied by his foreign minister Lavrov, his press secretary Peskov, and his chief of staff Yuri Ushakov. And these are really powerful people, part of the Putin team, who are accompanying the president in the talks that are taking place between the two leaders, President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, even as Donald Trump goes to sleep and wishes good night. So I think these are all connected, actually, in some ways. The American embassy, of course, is trying to do a salvage operation, I would say. Mr. Chelani, you seem to be agreeing with that. Even as President Trump tries to present a picture of nonchalance, the embassy here is doing its job. They are trying to salvage the relationship or whatever is left of it.
Well, this is what an embassy is supposed to do. An embassy is supposed to underpin a relationship with the host country by continuing to harp on the positive elements. No embassy of any country seeks to do anything that would undermine the relationship with the host country. The fact is that what Trump is doing is counterproductive to America's own interests. This is the leader of the MAGA movement. Yeah. Instead of seeking to make America great again, he's hastening America's relative decline and accelerating the shift toward a truly multipolar world. Trump has corroded America's alliances and partnerships, and he has diminished America's international credibility. And by turning disruption into his doctrine, he's providing the very shock therapy the international system needs to break free from US dominance. I think China and Russia are very pleased that Trump is doing what he is doing. He's aiding their agenda. He is playing directly into the hands of China.
Yeah.
He's also playing into the hands of China by treating India more harshly than China.
Yeah.
He first tries to build up India as a counterweight to China. Now he actually treats India more harshly than China. So if there was anybody in India who was willing to be used by the US as a proxy against China, would have second thoughts today.
Absolutely. John Dwivedi, you think that in the talks that are happening between Prime Minister and Putin, military collaboration and taking it further, making it stronger in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor could be on the table despite all the American pressure on Russian oil trade?
Well, before I come to your question per se, I'd like to make 2-3 important statements. Firstly, national policy, geopolitics are not a one-day match. They are over a period of time. So what Trump destructive, work that he is doing, I think we will be able to weather this storm because that's not what America, by and large, thinking. Trump is an aberration. So we need to sit tight and take this storm and then figure it out. Second point is in the diplomacy or in national policy, there are two dimensions. One is tactical, one is strategic. Our strategic interests are still more aligned with the West, our value system more aligned with the West. We willy-nilly are not in the RAIC camp because that's not where our value system or our systems are aligned. The third point is, as you wanted a specific answer on India-Russia defense deal, you see, till about 10 years, I would say since 2010, we have starkly diversified our defense requirement. At around 2010, our defense from Russia was about 70%. Today, it is about 40%. We have diversified to France, we have diversified to America, and also to Israel and other players. So the point is, at this time, India needs a couple of equipment very, very urgently. One is we need to have air defense system, means we need to have S-400 upgrades, or maybe S-500. Now that is what is available from the Russian inventory, because we are not going for the Patriot system. So therefore, we have, and we did buy this despite a lot of pressure from America. Yeah. Secondly, we need fifth-generation fighters.
Yeah, John Dwivedi, we are just getting a confirmation that, it's a little delayed information that the meeting has commenced between the two leaders. This is with a time lag of about 10 minutes, which means we are already into the meeting, where the delegations were already in place. The two leaders traveled together in the same vehicle to reach the venue. We saw those pictures from earlier. There is a bit of a sad development also showing in the tickers, that of the earthquake in Afghanistan, which has led to loss of life. It seems like it is getting bigger. About 622 or more people are reported dead. It was an earthquake in the morning on the Richter scale of 6+, and that's a big earthquake in a mountainous region like Afghanistan and has consequences. So we will, once this summit meetings are over, we will focus our attention on that also. But coming back to the conversation we were having, General Dwivedi, this is the code graphics of Peter Navarro's comments on Prime Minister Modi and the whole thing about Brahmins. Peter Navarro essentially confusing between Brahmins and the Boston Brahmins, as the Americans understand, because the business houses that America accuses of profiteering from Russian trade, none of them are owned by Brahmins. Some of them by actually OBCs, some of them by Jains, some of them by the Baniya community, but none of them by Brahmins. Brahmachalani, you think Peter Navarro has really got it wrong, mixed up, everything getting wrong on India, and this comment on Brahmins profiteering is just emblematic of that misunderstanding or lack of understanding that Trump and his team have of India?
Abhishek, I don't think we should take Peter Navarro too seriously. What's happening is this, and this is, Trump's playbook. What he has done is to unleash 3 attack dogs on India. The 3 attack dogs of Trump are his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, his trade advisor, Peter Navarro, and his top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett. They're taking turns to attack India. They're doing it so frequently that they're doing a great job. They're doing a great job in turning Indian public opinion against the US. Trump's playbook is this. He wants to keep the relationship with Modi intact. So all his attack dogs are calling Modi terrific leader, great leader, etc., etc. So Modi is not being attacked, not being criticized, but pressure is sought to be built up on New Delhi so that it actually succumbs to that pressure. That's the whole game at play today. Keep steadily building up pressure on New Delhi until it capitulates. Now, this is a complete misreading of India. The more you try to bully India, the more you're going to force India to dig in and refuse to budge. India may be open to persuasion, but they cannot be bullied into accepting a trade deal on Trump's terms. India is not some other country. For example, as Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, is learning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Way. The more she has conceded to Trump, the more he has tried to extract from Mexico. So every time Claudia Sheinbaum concedes something to Trump,
right, Mr. Chilani. I absolutely point taken. But stay with us. I think we'll take a short, quick break. And we come back. Shivani continues to be with us, Shivangi, and of course, I'm there.
Yes, and taking a short break right now. Modi-Putin Bilateral is coming up as well, Abhishek, and we are waiting for what will happen in that meeting.
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा करता आया
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा करता आया
First pictures, Abhishek, of Prime Minister Modi along with Vladimir Putin, the bilateral meeting that is on. These are first pictures coming in. It has begun.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no audio yet. We will get the audio in a bit. And that would be after the opening comments of both the sides. But in the pictures, we can see President Putin is speaking. Okay, these are APT and visuals. We will get our own agency visuals just in a bit. This is where the two leaders went inside. First, the handshake. Nth time they have done the handshake. This is really riling the West. This is really making the West
irritated, you mean, Abhishek?
Uncomfortable, perhaps, Niranjan, because they thought that India was in their pocket and they were conducting themselves in a manner as if they can get away with the bullying, and they are realizing that it's not happening. And then to top it, you have those pictures of banter, camaraderie between these leaders. The fact that Putin is accompanied with a very powerful delegation. You can see to his right, you have Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister. To his left, I believe it's Ushakov. I will have to wait for the camera to zoom out so I can confirm whether it is Yuri Ushakov, his chief of staff. Okay, the audio is there. Okay.
Государств глобального юга и востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है.
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुंचे. 15 साल हो गए.
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं.
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है.
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है.
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान-प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है.
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं.
Это ООН, БРИКС, Группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इन संगठनों में से शामिल हैं.
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं. इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं.
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है. लोग, हमारे दो देशों के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं.
Спасибо.
धन्यवाद.
आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है और मैं हमेशा अनुभव करता हूँ कि आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है. बहुत सी चीज़ों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है.
Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, очень рад вас видеть. И каждый раз, когда я с вами встречаюсь, у меня бывают особые чувства и ощущения, и это дает нам возможность регулярно обмениваться мнениями по разным вопросам.
हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं, दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
Мы постоянно находимся в контакте, проводятся регулярные встречи на высоком уровне между двумя сторонами. В декабре текущего года 1 миллиард и 400 миллионов индийцев с нетерпением вас ждут в Индии для нашего 23-го по счету ежегодного саммита между нашими странами.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है।
Уважаемый господин президент, это свидетельствует о том, насколько глубоким и всеобъемлющим является наше особо привилегированное и стратегическое партнерство. Даже при самых тяжелых обстоятельствах Индия и Россия всегда шли вперед, плечом к плечу. Наше тесное сотрудничество имеет значение не только для народов наших двух стран, но и для обеспечения глобального мира, стабильности и процветания.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे, संघर्ष को जल्द से और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
Уважаемый господин президент, по теме продолжающегося конфликта на Украине мы регулярно обмениваемся мнениями. Мы приветствуем все недавно предложенные усилия для установления мира и надеемся, что все стороны будут подходить к этому вопросу конструктивно. Необходимо искать пути для скорейшего завершения конфликта и установления мира. Это и есть призыв всего человечества. Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, еще раз большое спасибо. Очень рад вас видеть. Спасибо.
Dhanyavad.
All right, Niranjan. Very important, clear-cut, contour-driven statements, opening statements by both the leaders. My takeaway, number one, President Putin, he called Prime Minister Priya Dost. These are pictures from earlier when the two delegations came in. And President Putin addressed Prime Minister, or began addressing the Prime Minister by calling him a dear friend, Priya Dost. And then he said, December 21, I think he gave away the date when he would be traveling to India. He said it's a strategic, marks 15 years, December 21 this year marks 15 years of Russia's, India's special global strategic partnership. And so, and it's a multi-dimensional cooperation spanning trade, tourism, international coordination on UN, BRICS, SCO. Then he said the meetings that take place regularly between the two sides firm up the relationship even further. He called the India-Russia partnership one of deep trust. Then he said that it is bipartisan and it goes beyond the domestic politics. Those were the opening comments of President Putin. My most important takeaway is that he said that it's a long-standing relationship. The same thread got reflected when Prime Minister Modi started speaking. He said that every meeting with President Putin is memorable and insightful. And he emphasized that we are in regular touch. Now, that's a significant takeaway because given the headwinds that we have been facing on our trade with Russia on oil from the Americans, for Prime Minister Modi to underscore that we are in regular touch And then he, of course, said that we wait to welcome you in December. Then he said that despite all the difficulties, so double underscoring there by Prime Minister Modi of the strength of the relationship with Russia, that despite the difficulties we have faced, we have remained steadfast in this relationship. And the reason is that it is important for world peace and progress that we stay together. So I think there is a clear, unequivocal message to the Americans that no messing around with the India-Russia friendship, and that all the singling out that the Trump administration has done is not going to make India waver in its connect with Russia. And then he says, of course, he mentioned Ukraine in 3 sentences, because that's significant, because of the 20 sentences, 3 are dedicated to Ukraine, where he said, we have spoken often on Ukraine. India welcomes all efforts that have been made recently to bring peace, and it's important for humanity's sake, Niranjan, that the war stops and ceasefire prevails. I think very significant, very measured, and very statesmanly comments there coming in from Prime Minister Modi.
Well, this is the third or fourth time that they're meeting at the SCO Summit, and the bonhomie is there. You see, each time they meet, all smiles. They share a very deep relationship, both Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin. Let me go across also. If Shravan is there, we'll try and get him live on these pictures. The bilateral continues. The opening statements. What we will also do is we will go across and get the opening statements of Einar Tangen, Andrew K.P. Leung and Major Samar Partoor. And while we do that, we'll also get the full statements of both sides. We'll play out those statements immediately after getting the opening statements. Einar, I'll start with you, and then Andrew can take it, and then I'll get Major Toor as well. Your opening statements on what you just heard there between both leaders.
Well, clearly, the relationship, you couldn't have more different optics than anything with Donald Trump, where it tends to be him sitting in the Oval Office and you having to, compliant countries having to praise him and promise him things. This is extremely natural. You can look at their body language and you can clearly see not only the optics, but also the substance of what they're talking about. This is not new. This is a continuation. This is going to give Washington nightmares.
Yeah. Andrew and then Major Toor, quick comments.
I think that as far as the relationship with Russia is concerned, India is walking a very tight rope over Ukraine because the Trump administration has just imposed extraordinarily high secondary tariffs on India for buying Russian oil, even though that does not apply to China. Now, the difference, of course, is India started to buy Russian oil only after, to a vast amount of Russian oil, only after the Ukraine war. Whereas in the case of China, China and Russia have been joined at the hip economically, and then the two sides are trading with one another. Russia is the world's biggest export of energy and as agricultural products, and China is the biggest customer. So this economic relationship dates back well before the Ukraine war. Here lies the difference. But however, the second the challenge for India in this relationship with Russia is, of course, that he makes reference to the United Nations. And also, this is also a tightrope for China as well, because even though India is a very close partnership with Russia, buying Russian arms, for example, and also increasing trade, and China particularly, of course, is a all-weather partnership. But then the Russian military operation in Ukraine, of course, tramples upon Ukraine's sovereignty. Ukraine, after all, is a country recognized by the United Nations. So I think that's why Modi makes a very careful reference, even if brief, to the United Nations Charter. But on the other hand, there is no doubt that Modi is pivoting towards Russia as an answer to Americans' hegemonic coercion and bullying. And then this bullying is not only against, is perceived existential threat, which is Russia and China, but also against its long-term allies like India, and of course the transatlantic relationship, including European Union countries. And hence, the whole world order has been totally upended. The world order, which was founded and led by the United States since the Second World War, based on a rule-based, commonly accepted rules, has now been discarded in favor of American unilateralism, coercion, and bullying. As I said, I'm not only against perceived rivals, but also against allies, and also countries in the Global South, and which are poor, mostly developing countries wanting to protect their development interests. And hence this rallying behind the under the umbrella of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Yep. Of course, the SCO is very different now in the couple of years in the past compared with what it was, say, even a couple of years ago, because it's now expanded from just Russia, China, and the landlocked countries in Central Asia to embrace countries in the middle corridor, for example, Azerbaijan and Armenia, but also Turkey and Egypt, and also Middle East, very rich countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, but also countries like Turkey and Egypt, as well as additional countries in Asia. So all the key players in the Global South are in the SCO. And of course, India is trying to recalibrate its relationship with the United States, but also recalibrating its relationship with China. And of course, there's forming a closer relationship with Russia as an answer to President Trump's bullying.
Okay, so should we play out the full statements again? Okay, we have the statements of both Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin. We'll just play that out and then go across to Major Tour. All right. Meanwhile, as we play that, quickly also there is a full handout that's now coming in from the government, from the PIB of the Prime Minister's statements at the 25th SCO Summit in Tianjin. We'll get you that as well at the bottom of the screen. Here's what the Prime Minister said, opening statement with Putin, Vladimir Putin and the Prime Minister during the bilateral in Tianjin.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, очень рады нашей встрече.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है।
Символично, что она проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो SCO शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है।
Организация, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुंचे। 15 साल हो गए।
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं।
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है।
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है।
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान-प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है।
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं।
ООН, БРИКС, группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इस गताओं में से शामिल हैं.
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं. इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं.
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है. लोग हमारे देश के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं.
Спасибо.
धन्यवाद.
मैं हमेशा अनुभव करता हूं कि आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीजों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है. हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं. दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है. इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकता पूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं. एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारी स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है. कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं. हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है. एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं. हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं. हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे. संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा. ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है. एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं.
Yeah, they say that we're oiling the Russian war machine. There you have Prime Minister Modi telling Putin end the war, saying we want to see an end to the war. Major Tur, another highlight from the Prime Minister's opening address there, talking about the energy partnership. In fact, that's one of the highlights of what he said. He mentioned the energy partnership with Russia, and we're not going to stop. In fact, there are some reports that suggested that we may, in fact, contrary to American demand, increase oil purchase in September.
You see, Niranjan, firstly, Russia definitely acknowledges that when the world came upon India, the amount of pressure that India faced to stop the oil purchases, there were a lot of allegations on India. But you see, the reason why Russia's unconditional support to India is now showing is because India has kept an independent stand and did not succumb to the orders or the wishes of any other third country or be dictated terms as to how to do trade.
Yeah.
Reason being why I emphasize on this point over and over again is that the dollar has not been re-evaluated despite other economies progressing and doing well. The dollar remains to be very dominant. It is becoming difficult for the developing nations who are almost developed to have any equation of trade with the West. So the West must realize that it has to create a balance. It has to grant a credit to the developing nations that they have progressed, which they are not doing. And by not doing or acknowledging, they are suppressing the economies and trade, and they are bending the rules. They are putting in tariffs and the pressures, which are definitely going to make the relations sour. Now, why India is become a criticality in Eurasia is because India strategically and geopolitically has an important relevance in terms of any trade which enters Asia, number one. Number two, the reason why India is being acknowledged as a responsible country is because we did not let our land be given as a military base to any of the foreign militaries, which would have definitely made relations in Asia very complex. South Korea has already done it. There are a lot of issues which are already going on in the Korean Peninsula. Japan is already having issues with China. Philippines is facing a lot of issues. Australia's stance is not clear in the Quad. So see, in terms of the West, the streamlining of strategic alliances is in a tizzy. They are not really able to get in alliances. And see, as we speak, Taiwan is being militarized by America every day. It is a fact. But one more thing is that Americans will definitely not want to take on China. They are already on the verge of taking on Venezuela. And there have been so much of political interference by the Americans in South American nations and the governments. So I think the tipping point has come, and it is a responsible role for mature countries to take a call, an independent call, and take the mature and the right side. And Prime Minister Modi has been harping upon peace between Ukraine and Russia. He's the only leader who's told President Putin upfront, face to face, that this is not the era of war. Please stop the war. And I think that Zelensky has also measured the odds and knows that Prime Minister Modi has more weightage, more relevance and importance compared to President Trump, who's lost his relevance by changing his statements every day. So a mature and a stable leadership is which stands by its statements, but does not change it every day. That shows a confusion or doubt in decision making. So I definitely feel that all the Asian countries are coming together in a decisive and a progressive direction. And as far as issues between China and India are concerned, I definitely feel that if India brokers a mature role in brokering peace between Russia and Ukraine, I am very confident that President Putin will definitely broker a once and for all settlement between China and India in terms of its border issues, which is the key issue. And after that, I'm sure things are going to be streamlined, and we will respect each other's political and diplomatic stances in the times to come.
Okay, I'm going across to Shravan now. Shravan, you've heard the opening statements. I think they've laid out the agenda very clearly on expected lines. Of course, Energy made a mention of the kind of relations that India and Russia share. Most importantly, I think following that phone call with Zelensky on Saturday, there is a clear intent from India to end the war. In as many words, saying we want to see an end to the war at the earliest. Shravan?
I believe, Niranjan, we are up for a surprise very soon, because what has essentially transpired in the last few hours here at Tianjin could be extremely significant for the geopolitical conditions. The reasons are the following. One, the fact of the matter is that America essentially did not realize that we are going to be able to amend our ties with China, which does not augur well for the Americans. Number one. Number two is the strengthening of our ties with Russia, which also enables us to have a far larger maneuvering room in the Central Asian countries too. So remember, it is going to be multiple targets that we have basically achieved in terms of a free market. There is no doubt about the fact that it only opens up more space and emerging markets for us to do business, and this has been something that India has been working on the sidelines. Now, the big takeaways undoubtedly from the joint declaration, and something, Niranjan, we at Republic TV have been constantly reporting, and we have gotten bang on, that terrorism was one of the main factors, and in fact the joint declaration would have indicated the same. Interestingly, if you actually join the dots, look at what President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi had essentially discussed yesterday during the bilateral on the sidelines of the SCO Summit. What were the words that were essentially used? And look at the same very words which have now found a mention in the joint declaration. What does that mean? I'll leave it to the analysts there for their better understanding. I'm only sticking to my reporting here. The fact of the matter is that these are words that have for the first time you would have actually heard from the Chinese, where they're talking about terrorism, they're talking about extremism, they're talking about separatism. All of it now finds a mention in the joint declaration. Then you actually move a step forward. Pahalgam has been condemned by everyone. And who is this everyone that we are talking about? Those nations that Pakistan essentially thought they were their own friends. Those from those Muslim nations which they believed was going to be on their side. The Central Asian countries, remember, have also not been extremely favorable to India. But having said that, they've all come around. Of course, Russia plays a very, very important role in maneuvering them. And of course, with the Chinese now stepping in. So look at where we stand today. For all those back home who have been arguing that we have failed in diplomacy, our diplomacy is essentially failing, we're not being able to have allies, I believe they will have to shut their mouth, simply because the imagery that is coming in now from yesterday night when the banquet was hosted by President Xi to today's powerful imagery of the Triad, that becomes abundantly clear. Then the personal touch of the Prime Minister in the diplomacy that he brings in. When you have Prime Minister Modi sitting in that same very limousine along with the Russian President, it again goes a step forward, that too without a translator. The last that President Putin did was in America, where the stakes were higher for the American president. But here it is about an equalizer factor. What we have essentially seen today is an equalizing factor here, where Russia has never pushed around their way, despite being a powerful nation. Remember, Russia has always treated India as an equal partner, and that was reflected in today's imagery. Cut to the opening remarks of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister once again recalling, the fact that during difficult times too, we have walked shoulder to shoulder. And then, of course, President Putin bringing in the fact that from Vladivostok to Chennai, the kind of links that we have essentially had, that is essentially reflected in our relationship and the way there has been economic prosperity. So in a nutshell, this by far has been the most successful summit for India.
Shravan, we have Einar and Andrew KP Leung, Einar Tang and Andrew KP Leung and Major Tour. You can take some questions with them as well, because they've been waiting as well. You can go to maybe Einar and then to Andrew on what you're saying. You can take it with them. Over to you, Shravan.
Sorry, is the question
Einar,
to me?
It's been a surprise for many. Yeah, Einar, I'm taking the question with you. Yeah. I want you to perhaps help us understand, what's the long-term goal for the Chinese? Because let's be clear something. Forget about the sugarcoating that has actually happened. Let's now get to brass tacks of it. India certainly wants a clear resolution when it comes to our border. Second, we are adamant on the fact that we need to go back to the 2020 situation. Do you think the Chinese are ready for it?
No, but I hate to disagree with you, but if you start looking at the statements of both Xi and Putin, they're not talking about what's in India's interest. They're acknowledging a friendship. They're acknowledging that they have trust, but they're talking about the greater world. I mean, India is not the only one who is suffering here. So I think this idea of making this parochial, what's good for India, who's going to back us, that might play well in the domestic quarters. But the fact is, this is much larger than that. And as I have said before to you, this is an opportunity for India and Modi to step forward and talk about how the world needs to change. I mean, obviously, you cannot go up to the United States and change it as long as it feels it's in control. The only way you can change the United States is be the bigger bully. Come with other nations, not just China and Russia. Don't forget South Africa. Don't forget Brazil. They have the same 50% tariffs. Don't forget the other 5 nations, and don't forget the global South. India has a proud heritage of creating the non-aligned movement. This is the culmination, the moment when India can step forward and say, look, we tried to balance, East and West. We tried to make sure that, things didn't get out of control, but they have. And now we have to step forward and say enough. And I think that's the message here. I don't think getting into these nitty-gritty things of what's good for India is necessarily what China and Russia have been talking about. Talk about shared future, a changing world system, predictability, safety, security, development. So I think we should concentrate on those issues.
I beg. Einar, I beg to differ on the position that you've essentially taken by saying that this is not a reductionist way of looking at it. We're talking about the bilateral. Of course, it's for the larger good of the SCO partners. But having said that, Andrew, I want to bring you in and perhaps draw it further, because we ought to look into the minutiae here. That if you want a lasting peace, that lasting peace can only happen when you resolve some of the key issues. And the Prime Minister was very, very clear in his talks with President Xi, where he's made it very clear that you can't move on without resolving the border issues. There have been frameworks in place. Let's be honest here, they have been violated. The trust deficit does exist. Let's be very clear here. There may be a lot of excitement all around, but we'll have to, perhaps tone it down to come and brace the reality that we still haven't got to a position where we have been able to reduce our troops.
Well, of course, the SCO is a multilateral forum, not just for India or China, but the global South, and trying to create a fairer, a more just, and more cooperative world order, in spite against President Trump's unilateralism and bullying. So that's the main theme of the whole SCO. But you're talking bilateral relationships, and I'd like to address very important points there. As far as bilateral relations with China, there is no way that you can resolve this huge historical differences between the two countries on a piece of paper. I mean, the two sides need to scale down the conflict, as what happened in recent months between the two leaders, to scale down the conflict in the border so as to create a positive environment for continuing dialogue. But I don't think that you expect China to concede on, for example, Tibet. As I said in the beginning, Tibet is a long established historical, perhaps unfortunate collision. And that's caused by the British India. I mean, Tibet, if you look at history, it was part of the same province, but now half of it has now become a province of India. So I think that both sides could, the best to hope for is to agree to disagree, and then try to prevent conflicts and work on areas of cooperation. Now, as far as the bilateral with Russia, let's face it, who are the main levers to end the war? I don't think it's China. I don't think it's India either. I think that you can see that the war is a proxy war between the United States and Russia. And then, of course, Russia, with military operations, of course, is a contravention with the United Nations Charter. But of course, there's a lot of double standards in the case of the United States as well. And now the supply of arms and ammunition is from America. And then the European Union countries, fearful of Russia's influence, are involved. And so they are the main levers. And of course, Zelensky is now being marginalized by Trump, who wants to end the war. But of course, Russia is also trying to push the envelope as well, the gains on the ground. So it's more complicated. And then, of course, what India and China hope for, of course, is a peaceful Ukraine. and then hoping for a ceasefire. So I think that there's a lot of negotiations are still carrying on, and then it depends on the main levers of power in this long-standing proxy war. So I think that, anyway, coming back to the SCO, is not about a bilateral so much, even though bilaterals are important. It's about creating a just and fairer and more cooperative world order.
Okay, Andrew, I do understand that you are influenced by the Chinese history and particularly with regards to Tibet. Now, there is a differing opinion on that matter. I'm not getting into the specific of it. I completely understand that you're influenced by your own history, but the understanding is very, very different. Having said that, yes, at no point in time have I said that the SCO Summit is about India and China. Of course, the fact that they are the most influential partners here, and the bilateral talks that have essentially taken place, and they've become the global headlines. Nikita, if I can bring you in with regards to the role that Russia has essentially played. I want to focus a little bit about the RIC, because a lot of talk is actually going on that there's a possibility of a trilateral to take place, and the stage has now been set after a very, very successful SCO summit where what India essentially wanted, what China essentially wanted has now been fulfilled, which puts Russia in a great position to now take this forward. Of course, with the Russian president extended his stay, there is much more that's going to happen tomorrow in Beijing.
As far as I understand, the role of the Beijing consultations is to build a new international system of trade and international relations. Because the actual system, based on the World Trade Organizations and other structures controlled by United States, became a weapon of the tyranny, of the control over other countries. In fact, we see at the Ukrainian case that United States using those positions to implement sanctions against everyone who backs Russian will for sovereignty, who is ready to continue trade with Russia and Russian allies. Of course, it means that, in fact, the United States is not now actually act as a gangster. So we have no choice but to build our new system based on respect, sovereignty, and equality of all countries. Nobody has a right to judge are we democracy or not, how we should run our internal policy, and how we should build our international trade relations. This is the main goal of this summit, in my honor opinion. Of course, I think that a lot of other topics is going to be discussed because, for example, Russia is now a goal of United States aggression. As my colleague said here, a proxy war run in Ukraine after a coup d'etat in 2014, when an American puppet government take control in Kyiv. At the same situation, we see the United States and NATO aggression against Iran, against other countries, and in fact, all of our nations are under the threat. Because, for example, we remember that even China, a big and strong state, is under threat of American aggression in the case of Taiwan. So, in my opinion, we should be most closer we can to defend our liberty, to run our relations an independent way, and take it away from the control of the so-called Western states. We are not colonies. We are not those slaves. We want to be free. We want to prosper. It is our goal.
Okay, we're getting in some breaking news, Shravan, that the Modi-Putin meeting has just ended. That's a breaking news update coming in. That bilateral that began roughly about 40 minutes ago. Shravan, has it lasted about 40 minutes? Roughly 30 to 40 minutes. That meeting has now ended. What's the location of that bilateral, Shravan? From where you are, how far is it?
Well, in fact, it's at the hotel where Russian President Vladimir Putin is staying. That's the Ritz-Carlton, which is roughly about 20 to 25 minutes away from the Beijing Convention Center where we are currently broadcasting from. It's also the venue of the SCO Summit. So soon after the bilateral, Prime Minister Modi will be wheels up for Delhi after a very, very successful meeting that he has essentially had, Niranjan. And in fact, all the objectives that India had basically laid out for themselves and the diplomatic team had basically cut out for themselves, the task that was cut out has now clearly been achieved. And if I can just quickly, in a nutshell, take it forward and then perhaps bring in Major Sabarpal Toor also. Major Sabarpal Toor, I believe that having this kind of a discussion with the Russians, particularly at a time where there's going to be enhanced defense cooperation in terms of the fighter jet acquisition and more importantly, the S-400 defense missile system, which I'm given to understand the second batch is also going to come in. I'm not too sure whether at all the brass tacks of it has been discussed, but it's clear that with regards to the Russian defense cooperation, that too is on a high.
Well, Shravan, you see, presently what is happening is that there is an overhauling and upgrade